organization, or both?
They just rebooted.
Okay. So here's the questions to complete, and then we'll report out on each question one by one. What impresses me most about this organization is? What impresses me? Second question is, my greatest concern for this organization is? Greatest concern. And the third one is, my dream for this organization is? Those are the three. So we can take a few minutes to jot down your thoughts. Don't have to be lengthy or sophisticated. Or they can be if you want them to.
Yeah, so, oh, that's very loud. Is it possible to turn our volume down a little?
I will.
Okay. Basically, the heartfelt work that is being done every day for our students. So if you go to any school site, it is filled with adults who care about the children that they serve, be it teachers, staff, administrators, volunteers. and our district office team as well. People show up each and every day because they care about our students and they want to make sure that they're getting the best education possible.
And I should have said this can be a dialogue. If one of you says something and another says, can you talk more about that? Or what does that mean? Or I don't understand. That's perfectly, or I might do that. Okay. Charles?
Yeah, so for this, I was thinking more of our governance team as the organization, but what impresses me most really is that we have such a diverse set of backgrounds and skill sets amongst us, and I think that's really going to help us achieve a lot for the district.
Lisa?
My response was similar to Devin's and thinking more broadly, organization as the district and everything involved, of the people, the dedication of, he said, every adult who works with the kids, to the success of those kids.
Bill?
I'm impressed with the community support for public education and the financial and personnel resources we have available to accomplish our educational goals.
Do you have a foundation here?
Yes.
You said financial resources, so.
Yeah, and it's not just MVF, but it's also the tax base. It's
Yes.
support the community. It's we've been very fortunate over the last 10 years, especially.
Okay.
I'm impressed by the resilience of the organization and the ability to function at high levels despite additional challenges.
Despite what?
Additional challenges. We've got a lot going on, and I'm always so impressed that for every board meeting, everybody pulls it together. We have these fantastic presentations, and we have, even at the site levels, if there are challenges going on at the site levels, the ability for site staff and teachers to continue to provide high quality education despite other things that go on is impressive.
Jeff?
I think it's on. I kind of parrot some of what's been said, but I would say from when I arrived in February, the intel of those involved, the dedication that goes for in this room, the broader community at our school sites, of each and every person I've met really. And I just see it as we need some tuning, right, to get people pointed in the right direction and achieve together for the success of the school.
Maybe talk about some of that tuning today?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go start with you then and get in reverse order. Your greatest concern.
Oh, reverse order, sorry. This thing out. Greatest concern is the end result, right? And it's the progress and success of each and every.
Mine was very similar, charging onward and upward for the betterment of student experiences while simultaneously dealing with issues such as public trust and trying to maintain the focus on students.
Yeah, so I have two general concerns sort of about our school district. One is, and this is not just unique to our school district, I believe, but it's sort of a societal issue that school districts are being asked and expected to take on more and more social services as time goes on. Inevitably, it happens a lot in our school district. We have to be cautious about not detracting from our educational purpose in doing that. And another thing in particular that applies to our school district is that we have all of our schools are different, and we really have what I would say inequitable opportunities for our students throughout our school districts. And I will point out the choice programs in particular that are
You'll point out what?
the choice programs in our school district is, I have always believed this is a particular issue in in what we can provide our students and how our district is sort of operated. It's like having charter schools within our own district, basically.
Lisa?
I wrote that, my greatest concern is kind of the wonderful people in my first answer, having to do their jobs, their, functions, kind of with the weight of community things, but the war, things going on in our country. We have a lot of, families that are, immigrant families in our community. We have a lot of, a range of socioeconomic, experiences in our community. We have executive orders that come out and even in our very protected school district, end up still affecting the day-to-day experience of our teachers and our kids. And, needing to be able to give them the space to do their best work.
A lot of external pressures.
Yeah, so my last one was governance team. This I think is now more for the district as a whole. But I think probably my greatest concern is our ability to, I'd say, have organizational focus on long-term goals, and pare down like the kind of short-term things that we try to do and really focus on like the changes we want to see in the district and the improvements we want to make, and actually being able to drive towards those over multiple years. And even if immediately it seems difficult and not backing down immediately quickly. But I think really like having I think there's no silver bullets for some of the challenges that we have in the district, and being able to maintain that focus, I think, is something that I'd really like us to work on.
Devin?
So I think, echoing a lot of what my colleagues have said, my greatest concern for the district is the discrepancies we see in outcomes and achievement and opportunity even for different students, different student groups, especially marginalized groups, be it special ed, English language learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Closing those gaps has always been my focus. And there have been things that have made that even more challenging over time. But for this current year, something that I have already been hearing from community members about, having met with some community groups over the summer, is how are we going to make sure their children are safe at school, especially for our immigrant families, or even for families who just present as non-white, are scared about being able to bring their children safely to and from school, and that their children will be safe at school. And so that's a question that I've been asked repeatedly by parents and community members this summer, is how are we going to keep their children safe, given the activity that we've seen around immigration and deportation. And if we don't have kids at school and they don't feel safe at school, we're going to have a hard time closing those academic achievement gaps too.
Okay, your dream, we'll go back to you. Devin, while you drink.
My dream for the district is that every student, every child has the opportunity to do something that they love in life as a career, that they have choice in how they move forward through life because of the strong foundation and access to opportunity that they've had here, be it academics, social emotional support, all these extracurriculars and opportunities that are available.
Yep. Yeah, so I think this one, I think my dream is pretty similar. I think that any child going through our schools will be able to thrive and achieve their like full potential in life. So
Um, I said that to be a district where every student is able to thrive academically and as people, as a person, and the adults are able to focus are able to focus on supporting that um, as a referring back to number 2 with the noise.
So I wrote down pretty much what other people had said is equitable educational outcomes and opportunities for all our students, but it's sort of leveraging on that. You know, I'd love to see all of our kids become, because of the experiences they had in the Mountain View Wisconsin School District, to become lifelong learners.
I said that my greatest dream is creating a space where all children are met at their level and supported through their educational journey. I think sometimes when there's a focus on things like test scores, you kind of miss other opportunities to see achievement that aren't visible in that type of data. To me, meeting a child at their level might be, hey, by the end of their journey here, they're actually feeling safe enough in an educational space to be willing to try something and to try new things. And now they're going to where they come into full bloom is in high school. So it's that partnership with future organizations, but also keeping focus on we're not just talking about academic achievements of these students, we're talking about the holistic student experience.
And
So-
kids go to MVLAs. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's fine. I feel validated that my answer aligns with everything I've heard. I really think about getting past and overcoming the short-term issues this district has, right? And all of the noise and the issues that are in front of us, so that we can refocus on student achievement. We're those issues that currently exist present really strong headwinds, and I just think we need to rechart, kind of retool, and get everybody refocused on why we're here, which is the students in the classroom. And when I think of success, I think about it's beyond test scores. It's putting kids in a position so that they are able to make decisions to head toward a successful life, whatever that is for them. Right? And I just want to make sure that they are equipped and that they are in that position to make those decisions, right? Whatever they are.
Any questions or comments about what anybody else said? Okay. I'm going to pass out the memo that I wrote on your responses. And these, again, these are through my lens and whatever biases I have that I do or don't know about. And these are designed to evoke discussion. And so we'll go through them and review them and then sort of stop and say, does anybody want to take one of these and start discussing it? And there's a lot here, some of which came out already. This one. And so, oh, did you not get one? Oh, sorry, I went around the wrong way. The first question was, how would you describe your board culture? And everybody said something regarding we're in a state of transition. So there's some culture building, I guess you might say, that we need to have happen. 3 new members and the ongoing impacts of recent difficult challenges, something, Jeff, I think you were just referring to, the short-term issue. Somebody else referred to moving on to longer-term vision. This manifests in comments or references to comments that I said already. We're still getting to know each other. Reactive conduct to a vocal minority, personal politics and minds made up on critical issues, lack of respect for minority views, senior members reluctant to trust in certain situations because of past experiences. And a theme that came up more than a few times was multiple leaks of closed session information. And we can, towards the end of the workshop here, or during the workshop, certainly do Brown Act primer or whatever questions you want to ask on. There's a little bit of Brown Act at the end of the materials. I asked what the guiding philosophy of the board governance team was, and similar to number 1 with the developmental stage you all think you seem to be in, there is little, if any, sense of a unified vision, although your responses to the questions just now reflected more of that than I saw on the paper. Trying to respond to every community demand, focus on transition and the emergent issues that apparently have been here for a number of years. But there it is right there. There were more than a few comments saying we need to return to a focus on student achievement, and there was some strong desire there. The board superintendent roles, I got back the CSBA 101, description of the separation of powers of, vision versus implementation, policy versus execution, and a note that with the new superintendent, the relationship is at a learning stage. If you could change one thing, again, there was reference back to recent challenges throughout this thing. These include, and some more proactivity, anticipating issue, long-term focus on district success rather than reacting to I guess, the issue of the moment or issue of the year. More transparency in the who, how, why of decisions versus people compared it to previous. The description was more over delegation of authority to the superintendent. Preserve closed session confidentiality. It came up again. Some desire, and maybe this is a indication of newer board members or not, more somehow structured or accessibility to senior leadership to learn more about the district. Can there be meetings with some of the management team to help better understand the district? The last one was managing the voices. There was a comment about some trustees dominating board conversations, and there was a desire to staying on, once the team agrees upon a message or a direction or a course of action, to stick to it by the whole team. The next question was, how do you deal with community pressure? Everybody said the first thing I do is listen to with an open mind, regardless of whether I agree or disagree with the person or group I'm speaking with. It's unclear, based on comments I saw, whether there is equal agreement on the chain of routing community concerns, complaints through the appropriate administrative channels, or whether trustees feel a need to take this on individually rather than referring it. You know what I'm talking about? Not asking you to agree. We can come back to it. There were more than a few comments of a tone of negativity at board meetings and a concern about how staff is spoken to or treated by both trustees and the public. There is some sentiment to provide more opportunities to interact more with the public outside the strictures of board meetings. I know, and I'm rabid about this, a board meeting is to conduct the business of the district, get it done, allow the public to see why you're deciding the way you are. And it's not really a time we get to do this, and it's not really a time we get to know um, the leadership team unless you've been here and you know them all already. So what other opportunities are there to get to know on a human level? That goes back to the why and how, just how people think, to decide things, which builds trust. Trustees are still gaining footing to exercise their own judgment in the long-term interest of the district community, which, as one commented, is why we were elected, to exercise my judgment, rather than responding to the loudest and frequently minority voices. The next question is, what do you think are the most important qualities in the eyes of the public, personal, professional? Everybody said trust and transparency, right? Other, responsive, respectful, effective, and thoughtful communication. Calmness and steadiness came up a lot. Lack of drama. Being open to diverse opinions and providing clear reasoning and logic behind our decisions to make people feel heard, even if they disagree. And as one trustee just mentioned, continuous learning, lifelong learning, and preparation for meetings. I don't know. I won't say that. Your unique contribution. This is the only one. The rest of them are my synthesis of comments, but these are hard to. You could probably pick who is each one. It's hard to disguise who's each one on this one, but expertise and trustworthiness in over 12 years leading a district. An historian and have relationships with current past constituents of the district, and broad perspective provided through work on state and county school board associations. Veteran educator, 20 years of experience. I know what BPs and ARs work and don't work. Long-term relationship with parents, teachers, to the point where there is comfort sharing things with me, not me, that person. Veteran ed, I did that. Long-term board member with an intervening district involvement as a community member, has worked with other than the previous and current superintendent, all allow for a unique perspective. A calm deliberator, which helps in heated discussions, enjoys digging into policy, prepared for board meetings, submits questions in advance, does their homework and whatnot. And then last one is I bring an analytical eye to address district problems and can see it through the lens of complex systems based on what I do for a living. The last question, what do you want to get out of this? This is always the most interesting one to me. Again, I mentioned just get to know more about each other, to understand each team member's why and our expectations of each other. What do we expect of each other? All voices are necessary. Begin to build or rebuild a collaborative, you guys all just talked about this. Begin to build or rebuild a collaborative educational vision and agree on the short and long-term directions for the district. One was very logistical. Let's agree on some norms to operate by. Let's have a governance calendar with specific metrics. Have we done this? Have we done this? Have a plan for improving communication with the district and specifically individual school communities in the district. Again, reference to recent history. I assumed after recent controversies, you guys talked about this already, focus on return to education, improve the district, better serve students. And isn't this an opportunity to make a fresh start? Was one perspective. And then finally, again, there was a reference to build trust by having trustees commit to not disclosing closed session information. There was a lot there. Any questions of clarifications, or I'd like to go back to this one and talk about it. I think we should discuss this area. Now is the time we begin discussing. Pass these out too. I'm going to pass out the materials in case I want to make reference. Again. Anybody react to these, feel a reaction to these, saying what's that about? Why is that there? The board, you can justify it?
No. I'll open. Oh, do you want to?
I'm just saying, it's early on a Sunday. This is summer.
I see. There it is. Uh, yes, it was, section 7 was great because, yes, I see each of us in there. But I think there's the challenge here, right? And we are working through it, right? Is the ability to do multiple things at one time, right? We're rebuilding trust in the community. We're having those open discussions and trying to give greater insight, greater visibility, greater transparency into the why and what we're doing and the decisions that are being made. Doing it with a bit of a coming out of a tumultuous event, right? So there's still a lot of questions, still trust being rebuilt. And I can say from internally, there's strong muscle memory right now, right? The way things have been for the last close to a decade, right? So there's constantly working to retrain, right? Rebuild that trust internally, which will help externally as well. All these, none of these things are operating in fact, all of them effectively. But I think these responses, well, the reality.
You reminded me, Jeff, I was reading some articles about kind of the district in the past. And before the former superintendent, who was here for almost 10 years, there were, and I haven't like tried to check this, but this is what I read in articles. There were 6 different superintendents in 12 years. And so it's like one type of tumultuous time, then going into a different configuration. Like I don't know that there is any perfect district or any perfect superintendent or any perfect school board, right? But I don't know that it's just the last 10 years. I think there was a really challenging period before that, and I was a teacher in the district during part of that time. And so it's interesting to take some of the people that you're working with on that muscle memory have been here through all of that. And so what is the perspective or experience of someone who has been around for more than just the former superintendent and also experienced the ups and downs of that rapid turnover?
Yes.
Just to add to that, I mean, I really strongly feel that, I mean, this is my contribution about making a fresh start, and I said it a little bit differently, but considering the time that has happened over the years, how I think everybody's parents, teachers, probably everyone is a little frustrated about feeling like we're sort of stuck in a rut in a way. And in a view of the sort of the recent sort of underlying turmoil, call it, I think this is a great opportunity to sort of just reboot this district and really have a strong vision and of where we want to go, what we want to be, and then put those processes in place so we accomplish those objectives, very, I think, very specifically and very intentionally. And the great thing is that now we have the finances to accomplish those goals. Okay. if we manage it appropriately. So, that's not necessarily a constraint. So, I think I'm very excited about the future of our school district and what it can become. But it needs our leadership, and it needs the leadership of superintendent and the front office to pull that off.
Just stating something that is obvious in the data, but I think it warrants being said out loud. This is a complicated school district, right? Our population of students is quite diverse, right? We know this, right? We have a high achieving population, right, of great means, and we have a population of lesser means as well. And it's our job as a district to provide for all those kids and help them achieve. But they have different needs, and they're going to have different funding paths that need to find their way to those students, right? And that means that in order to get all of them to the place they need to be successfully, they're going to require different amounts of support, right? When I say that, I'm talking about finances. And we're going to come to a point where we have to make those decisions, and it's often complicated in how that message is delivered, right? But if we're going to serve all kids, that's where we're going to have to we're going to have to show that with where we put resources.
Is it, I mean, a lot of you commented already about whether it's a reboot or fresh start or new vision or refocus on students. Is it too soon, or have you talked about it? Is anything being done to start that?
So there's a great deal of internal work being done to start that right now, because there's a lot of rebuilding internally that needs to happen. We've spoken about this. There's a lot of rebuilding that has to happen internally in order to have us in a place to do that. And we are moving there, right? And we will be talking this year about in the fall and winter about programs. And we know that we're in a deficit spending situation by about $8 million, 6.5% of our budget. And we're going to have to make decisions about what is mission critical to the school district, and what is less critical, right? What's must have, what's nice to have, those sorts of conversations.
What's your total budget?
About $133 million. It's a great size for this size school district.
What, go ahead.
Dean, thank you. We were basically a $40 million school district. Okay, property values have gone up that much. Area.
I did have a question related to, before we move on. So the strategic plan that we did so it was 2021. It's a 6-year strategic plan, comes up in it's strategic plan 2027. Do you feel like it's still relevant? Do you feel like it needs to be reworked? Does it need to be updated? Like, because I've always seen that when we talk about this combined or unified vision, that's the purpose of a strategic plan. Whether or not that strategic plan whether or not we were aligned in our work, the last year, I think we really got pulled sideways. And is it still the right path, or do we need to examine that?
I think we definitely need to re-examine that. I've talked to staff internally about that. So there's,
No.
how about now?
Yeah.
All right. I do think we need to relook at that and rework that. When I look at progress of students in the district, it looks like up to.
I wonder if the battery is starting to fail on that one.
Right, this is the usual mic fail right here. Leading up to pandemic, we were making solid progress. That put us sideways, put a lot of places sideways, right? I have, looking at the data, I don't see the growth on that same trajectory here, nor the rebound growth. And that's what we need to, address. We have, and it feels like the strategic plan was put into place. The underlying assumption is, when I look at it, it feels like it assumes that continued trajectory of growth before pandemic, and that a number of additional initiatives were added that are taking time and focus away from the core mission of the district, right? We really need to get at ensuring that all kids are successful in their core competencies before we get into before we get into assigning additional resources, additional funding to other resources. I don't want to get into the particulars of that and what, and, by line item, but it's what we need to look at. And it falls right in line with looking at also a budget for the fall as well, right? So I see those things going hand in hand. I would much rather having the reserve levels that we do. Fantastic. Great job to all of you. I think it allows us the time to, instead of attacking this from a dollar perspective, really looking at it from a what's right for kids in their learning perspective.
What's your reserve percentage?
We're at 33%. It's fantastic. It's great.
How do we as a board, right? Like, how do we understand and see when those assumptions that we had baked into, say, our trajectory that we're on and where things are going, how do we get the feedback we need to course correct, right? Like, if it's not coming through, and like, how do we pay attention? Because we also want to, there's a tension here, right, between having a goal and a vision and where we want to end up, and thrashing because like this year the numbers came back slightly bad, and so we're going to change course, and that incurs costs, right? Like, how do we strike that balance among us? Yeah, you too. You're part of the team.
A lot of that data comes to us late, which is really hard. So like the CASP data will be embargoed until the state student outcome data will be embargoed until October, sometimes November. That's why we added iReady. I think shortly before the pandemic is when we started using iReady as a benchmark 3 times a year to actually be able to have some sort of internal data to make decision making on that would hopefully map to the CASP data. But personally, I think what we do is we go back with the superintendent's leadership to our strategic plan and evaluate, are these the right goals? That strategic plan was made with a lot of community input. We can always get, there are many formats to get more community input on our strategic goals, especially from our school sites and our staff and parents. And then I think, I've always thought that the strategic plan should drive our LCAP, should drive our budget, that is where we have agreed decision-making.
Yeah, right. Like, I think to the point, I think that Jeff, you were making, right? Like, we're 2 years out of the next strategic plan, and already we can tell that the assumptions that we had of how the trajectory coming out of the pandemic was not being hit, and I don't think we course corrected, right, as early as we could have potentially. And are there ways for us to get more real-time information, more I don't know, us changing programs or guiding things in a better way, like more effectively?
Is your LCAP a relevant document here in the district? It is? Because a lot of districts that I see it in.
I think there's a close tie with the strategic plan
There is.
here.
Okay.
So, I agree with you, having 2 documents operating simultaneously just doesn't make sense. So, but I do think, and it's part of what we will do as staff, is bring back to you some feedback on the strategic plan as it ties to student achievement, and some recommendations on some adjustments to be made.
I think what would be really helpful, to accomplish what you're seeking is we usually are presented the results during board meetings and in preparation for board meetings, but we really never have the opportunity to sit down and understand what that means with respect to the strategic plan, or even what is the perspective of the educators and what this means to them and how they are going to react to it, or how they would recommend reacting to it. And a board meeting is just not the place to have that sort of in-depth conversation. In fact, it's very awkward, I think, for everybody. So, yeah, other opportunities to sort of understand, you know, uh, the results that, I guess the results on an ongoing basis with respect to where we want to be.
We have
Okay,
in my
as a
district, what we call those 5 o'clock meetings. Our public meetings start at 6 o'clock. And we schedule 5 o'clock meetings throughout the year to time, so we can have more of an open discussion, like to teach us about, here's what the LCAP means, here's what the dashboard means, so that by the time the report comes, it's like, okay, I know what that means. I know what that color means and that level means. And otherwise I wouldn't. I'm not an educator.
And it's not only what it means then to us, but really what I'm looking for, these are the experts, the teachers, what it
Right,
means to
right,
them,
right.
okay? And give them the opportunity to explain it in a personal, professional basis.
I mean, I guess formally you'd call it a study session, but we
Yeah.
just call them 5 o'clock
I
meetings.
was going to say, do we want to schedule a separate study session that's a real focus on this?
That's
So many study sessions we can have, right?
I don't know about, I mean, we've got a few people here with a lot of education experience, but to someone, layperson, some of that stuff, I just, oh my God, it's so dense, So it really helps to understand it. Okay. What else? You talked about, somebody said it in the context of this evaluating the strategic plan and maybe get more community input. And you mentioned superintendent leadership. And there was a question here, number 3. How have you thought about, or how do you evaluate that? The superintendent's leadership? I'm not talking about evaluating him right now. I'm saying, how do you evaluate? What system does the governance team use? Because, I mean, it's going to sound like CSBA 101 again, but I only hire one person as a board. Yeah.
I'm making an assumption here. First of all, and I've always felt this, not just summer, but the board president typically meets often with the superintendent.
Yes.
However, and then what's typically happened, I don't know what's happening now, I've always meant to ask, but other trustees would meet with the superintendent once a month. And that is just not enough. I would almost like to see, it's only so many times in the day, every trustee, right, meet with a superintendent as frequently as the board president. Okay. On different topics. And just to be informed of what's going on, having a month lag in a school district, things it seems so short, right? It moves so fast. Yeah, I think that I would love to see that all the time. And I think that too, I've always been curious about this idea. I keep being told, being a board president, you have so much power, right? And I just sort of don't get it, because individuals don't know, but you hear it all the time, but individuals don't have the power. It's as a board, right? So shouldn't the board be just as informed and involved in this process as the board president? Yeah, the board president and the vice president now has the role of setting the agenda, those kind of things. But in terms of being informed and letting each other know what's going on, yeah, that's everybody's job.
I was gonna say, like, I don't think I've ever met only once a month with the superintendent, whether I was board president or trustee. I've always um, been a little bit like in their hair, just trying to find out what's going on. But something that there were two shifts that were happening before kind of things got more complicated last year and we started having interims um, that felt helpful. And I don't know, one, well, and maybe we talked about this with you too, Jeff. The one was trying to, similar to what the city council does, having sort of preparation 2x2s, which you have done multiple times with us for big media topics before the school board meeting. Um, I think this year we've met, there's some months where we met every week as a school board. And so it's been a different cadence, but I think for big meaty topics, continuing those 2x2 preparation meetings is really helpful because it gives us an opportunity to ask a lot of questions and have discussion that we wouldn't otherwise. Um, and, you know, I think people should seek out the superintendent for however much information they want. If you want a weekly meeting, ask for a weekly meeting. If you want to meet every 2 weeks, meet every 2 weeks. In theory, we should be getting a Friday update every Friday. But part of it is about your time too, Jeff. So how do you prefer organizing that?
It's mine, I'm not talking. Yeah, he's mine. He's good.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll figure this out. What, if only there were wireless technology that could allow, never mind. So yes, I am. My role, one of my most important roles, right, is two things. Well, I guess it's one thing, right? The leadership of the school district. And that is focused on students' success, right? Ensuring their success means making sure the staff is led, right, and given what they need, and making sure that you all have what you need to make informed decisions. So whatever that takes, I think you've noticed I'm kind of an all-in person. Whatever that takes is what it takes. And if it's weekly meetings, getting you, I have had in the past with trustees in my previous lifetime, weekly meetings to get them up to speed and feel like they have their feet under them, and then backing off of that to it varied by person, right? To once a month or twice a month, but it really is as described, whatever is necessary to ensure that you feel like you have what you need to effectively um, govern as a part of a governance team.
I'm glad you said it varies by person because my colleagues, all of them meet with my superintendent at least once a week, if not more. I can't remember when I ever have. I don't need to. Usually she calls me
Right.
versus me calling her, or I do the negotiations for my district, so it's about negotiations or something because I don't
Gristle
need that.
veteran.
Huh?
You're a Gristle veteran.
I'm a veteran, not a gristle veteran. So, but it's just
Yeah, varies.
you meet people where they are, where they need to. It varies. Some of those others, if they didn't see her once a week, they would be angry. Anyway,
So whatever the answer is, whatever it takes. Really.
I think to some extent, right, like this, I think there was a theme that was coming up in some of the comments here, right, around providing more opportunities for trustees to interact more with the public. But I think like a lot of this is going to be self-driven by us as trustees, right? Like we are empowered by the people that have elected us to do these things, and you don't need to wait for someone to ask you to kind of like meet with Jeff or something like that, right? Like we can drive the things that we want to. So I think it's like as a cultural norm on the board, I think it's useful for us to be proactive in that sense and like try to gather that. There's some tension, I think, with the board president being the go-to person for communications of certain types and, directing things to staff and appropriate channels. But I think I would rather us be less conservative as a board on some of those things and more, I think, given the state that we are in with community relationships and things like that, I think it's useful for us all to be more out there, I think, and proactive on these types of things when we think things aren't going the way.
In some of the other responses to these questions in other districts, there have been comments about, what's the right word to use? A note of displeasure that the board president gets more information than we do. I got none of that here, right? I got none of that here. There was no, because there's a unit in here on the role of the board president that I added to this because of those districts. The board president does have more interaction. The board president does have more day-to-day planning, but here I didn't see any issue with that at all.
Yeah, I would comment on that certainly with trustee, Superintendent Bear here, that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
But before, it's definitely the case.
Yeah, and I was just.
Dr.
gonna add-
Rudolph was very, very, very deliberate on communicating.
And I would just add, hopefully you've noticed that if there's something moving, I'm going to be proactive and reach out to you and contact you to make sure you're updated on whatever is going on. I feel like if you get hit with something that is important and you should have known about, I do feel like I have failed if
God.
you haven't been notified.
The number one
Right.
rule for board.
Yeah.
No surprises. As much as possible. Okay.
I think also with that regard and the proactivity is, I appreciate Jeff's availability. There are times where, we're out at coffee and we run into somebody, or we're at the grocery store, we run into somebody, and it's, well, we haven't discussed that. I don't have information. But Jeff's availability to, oh yeah, just give me a call whenever. And I can put you up to speed on that. So that's really helpful beyond I think we talked a couple times this week beyond our normally scheduled meeting, and that responsiveness is very welcomed. And it sounds like that was not the case with the prior superintendent, with having that ability to just on a whim, hey, I want more information on this, and to be able to get that.
One of the other things, these are just, you'll get tired of hearing me say this is what we do, but if we're not having a 5 o'clock study session, everybody comes at 5 o'clock and has dinner together. It's nothing elaborate. It's either bring your own or the parent group will bring something in. And this is not just the board, it's the board. It's all leadership, it's principals, it's HTA, it's CSEA, it's APG, I'm leaving someone out, the foundation, and they're gathered out. You hold your meetings here. We gather out if the weather's nice right out there in the parking lot or the quad or whatever you call this thing. And seriously, we're not talking business. We're not talking about the agenda. We're just getting to know each other. And so when it goes to another thing on here, which is when maybe it's not an issue here, but in any event, when that director or that assistant superintendent or that whomever stands up to make a presentation, they've just broken bread with you, and it really helps just getting to know each other on a human level, just little things like that.
I love that humanizing factor. I think sometimes when you're at home watching people on a screen, it can dehumanize, and sometimes the language as to how we or staff are spoken to can be a little at times demeaning, or even just very it's difficult to take some of the language emotionally on a regular basis because it's very draining. And I think those opportunities for humanizing us as, like, I'm not just somebody that sits up here and makes decisions. I have a personal life, I have a career. That human aspect of we're all people trying to do the best that we can for the spirit of maximizing the student experience. And we're all trying to work together. It's not an us versus them or this person versus that person, which I think it's easy when you're just looking at a screen at little, what seems to be icons, it's easy to vilify or to lay blame on a specific person when we're all just trying to work as a team. So I think many more of those opportunities to have those human interactions so that we all feel, but also the public can engage in that kind of learning about us and regaining some of that trust into why we were put into the positions that we currently serve in.
Building off that, well, two things. One thing that we've talked about in the past is divvying up schools and assigning them to trustees so that we have a committed trustee trying to go to events or PTA meetings or things like that at the school sites. We have talked about that idea multiple times since I've been on the board, and I would really love to move forward with that idea so that we are each connecting directly with, someone is connecting with every single school site on a regular basis. But that's kind of up to the trustees to decide. And then I appreciate the 5 o'clock. I will say, so historically our board meeting started at 6. And this spring, when we moved into kind of interim superintendent land and we're meeting almost every single week, we started at 4:30, which made us a lot of sense because we had so much work to get through. And so our meetings have been starting at 4:30. But personally, my partner has a new job in the city and I have a 2.5-year-old at home. I can't get a babysitter who starts at 4 in the afternoon so that I can be here for a 4:30 p.m. meeting. So I was hoping that we would be moving back to 6 p.m. This fall, just as we have done for as long as I started watching the board meetings in 2017. Because I would like to be able to attend the board meetings and not have to bring a 2.5-year-old, even though I will if I need to. But that, that's kind of something that I had asked Jeff about, and he said we would discuss here today.
Yeah.
Share thoughts on
Yeah.
that right now, so.
What do you think?
4:30 is rough for me too. I have a child who gets out at 4 o'clock. He didn't have a 3 o'clock class before, so I would pick him up early and drop him off at home. But he has a college class up till 4 o'clock now, as a high school student. So I will be one of the people coming in like all frazzled at 4:32 if we stick with 4:30. I also do see that we all get tired. We have a tendency to have long meetings. I talked to someone in your former district who was like, "Oh, we start at 6 and we're done by 9." Like,
We're done by 7:30, so.
We'll get there.
so on the tail end, the 11, the 12, the 1 a.m.s that I know used to happen with the 6 p.m. meetings, and not just in crazy times. It was just like it happened a lot. So, but I personally,
No.
but yeah, I'm in 4:30 is rough.
Your board bylaw says something about, I read your bylaws, not going past 10 o'clock unless there's a specific vote to extend, and you can't extend more than twice or something. Do you hold to that?
And it extends.
Yeah.
And that is, yes, that is, I'm okay with
Everyone's
starting,
laughing though.
starting later, but I have to be on for like 200 middle schoolers
Oh,
by
God.
7:30 in the morning. So I enjoy my sleep, but if that means we move to more frequent meetings until we get to a point where we are just moving through agenda items, but like others have said, it's not a new phenomenon that meetings run long. That's just how they have traditionally been. And so if it takes us meeting on a more frequent cadence to be able to not to drag on till 11, midnight, 1, then that's going to be a necessity for me to function in my daily life, but also those decisions, I mean, we're stretching, we're taking breaks, we're drinking coffee, and I also feel that it's not necessarily the best time to be making decisions when you're watching the clock, trying to just get through things.
What is your cadence? Meetings,
It
2 weeks.
twice a month?
it should be twice a month, but we were meeting almost every single week.
So, yeah,
Yeah, for the extended time.
And I'll just,
Right.
I'll make a quick push.
Yeah.
Just pushing in for staff as well.
Yeah.
Right? It's
Yeah.
coming, because we'll be here at between 7:30 and 8, the next day, no matter what. And we want to be at our best to serve the kids in this district as well.
Yeah. So realistically, we have constraints at both ends. Sounds like early and late. One of the big things, though, that we can't control, and that is really part of the function of having a board meetings, is public comment. We have literally had 2.5 hours of public comments, if you add it all up with all of the sessions. Multiple people making multiple comments at every single item, and that's challenging to manage. And
Do you follow your, I read that by law too. Do you follow your 3-minute, 20-minute rule?
I think that varies, but I mean, my personal opinion is to give the opportunity to the public.
You all know what I'm talking about?
We do the 3-minute, but not necessarily the 20-minute.
We need to update the bylaw.
No commentary.
And it's a very challenging thing to manage.
You can't. It's 20. Do you ever, I said earlier, I feel so strongly about getting the business of the district done. Do you ever take that amount or a little bit more if there's more people that want to talk about it and then say, we're going to stop, we're going to move on, we're going to complete the rest of the agenda, and then we'll come back to public comment?
I think we have tried that.
Done that
No.
often.
Yeah.
No, I've done that a few times.
And yeah, I that has its own positives and negatives as well. People really want to speak at the topics.
That's how things are done in the district that I work in, where, okay, right now is 20 minutes, and that's how long we're going to take, and however many people we can fit in at that time. And then everybody else will get a number, and that'll be added on to the very, very end of the agenda. That way, it's still heard and it's still recorded, but we can get through all of the rest of our business first.
I advise that district.
Well, and it's typically, though, also is a lot of the comments that are being made publicly, we've already read because they've been emailed to us. So we're receiving it sometimes multiple times because we may have had a conversation with a community member prior to, and then the board gets an email about it, and then we hear it in public comment. So it's not that we haven't had time to listen or consider it. It's just maybe the need for the whole community to hear that comment, which I think we've been trying to make different avenues for that, as in having a public comment sheet that is put onto the website. So some different things to make people feel like they're being heard without necessarily coming to a meeting and speaking when we've already considered that viewpoint.
Yeah, and my motive, if I can call it that, for having to do that a few times is going back to not doing business with important business agenda items at 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock. I want to do it when everybody's still fresh and get through the business. And then, by the way, if I don't know about you as a human person, I'm sitting there saying, okay, it's 8:30, it's 9 o'clock, it's 9:30, and we still, how good is my listening, right? Versus, okay, I got the business done, now I can listen without worrying about finishing the rest of the business. So, you had your light on.
No, I almost forgot. Oh, one thing I think we've tried to manage that helps is to make sure we have a discussion item followed by another board meeting, the action item.
Oh,
Often in the past, we just had the action item. This is the first time it was presented to the public and wow.
so you have a 2 meeting rule?
Yes, we've really slowed that down.
Well,
So,
if you're meeting every.
so,
Guess you
so
can.
it's not even presenting to the public, but then that gives the opportunities for emails, the public to talk to trustees, et cetera, right? There's more fluid communication rather than having these things sprung on the public.
So when you have the second, let's call it action meeting, is there an opportunity to comment all over again?
Yes, there is, but
There
it's
is.
usually, it's diminished because of the previous, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we
Yeah,
noticed that
yeah.
it's been diminished because of the process.
I think it's varied a little bit too. I mean, there have been some things where at the end of the conversation and the discussion, like kind of you've asked, were you comfortable with this coming back on consent the next time, which it could still be pulled from consent, but I think it's varied a little bit. And then we have, had a few things that were more of an urgent, I would say it's more of a practice than a rule because we've had some things that are more urgent basis that kind of
Sure,
need to just get done.
things with legal deadlines and whatnot, yeah.
Well, and I mean, in the past, that's basically what we tried to do, but it just didn't always happen, right? That I think it's a best practice for any board to have a discussion before you take action on something, especially, there are things that require public hearings, so that's built in, which is nice, but especially big decisions. I think one place where we hear about this a lot is around the superintendent evaluation. Um, and so calling attention to the fact that the superintendent evaluation is actually agendized throughout the year at multiple times. It's not that there's just one discussion at the end of the year, and the public can comment at any point. Like they don't have to, it doesn't have to be an agenda item for people to comment as well.
Oh, you mean the open mic part of it?
Yeah, there's
Call it
always
open mic,
community comments are always open to the public. Um, but I really, anytime I talk to people, I tried so hard to get them to write in because it means we all get to see it ahead of
Mm.
time and it just makes our discussions so much more fruitful if we have already had all of these different arguments presented by the community because we can't talk to each other about it. I can talk to one person, but we can't have a discussion beforehand. So it's the most helpful thing is for people to write in ahead of time if they can.
Yeah, I would have not been an elected official, but I would agree with that, right? Just logically, it gives you time to process, to consider points of view as you are reading through the board packet and let that inform your decision as opposed to hearing it 3 minutes before you're going to vote yay or nay, right? Like it just makes sense.
What is it? Go ahead.
5 minutes.
Sure, you can have as much time as you want.
I'm just gonna take a 5.
Oh, break time? Sure.
That is good
And the-
time for you?
Yeah. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is.
Okay.
Last time I was here, I remember, perhaps inaccurately, that there was quite an extensive governance document. Right?
Do you mean like a handbook?
Handbook.
We'd never had a governance handbook.
There was a brochure. um, Way back then.
Like. Okay.
Okay, so my question is, I'm just trying to go to a different level of discussion. There was a comment here about agree on board norms, et cetera. And if, I was gonna say, since you already have a governance manual, what are you asking for in terms of board norms? But it sounds like you don't have a
So we're in
governance.
we are in process.
You are in process.
Yeah, just one comment about that too, is that especially with the new board members here, we had always intended to have a governance section sort of as a special session like this, but with all of our other emergent issues that have been going on, we just haven't been able to.
And that's typically in our, especially the board retreat, there's usually a board retreat in January or February after new board members come on. And that's typically when that, in the past, the facilitator would ask for specific bylaws for the board to review. And so it was that discussion around norms for how do you seek public comment, how do you communicate, like all of those things were part of that retreat. We did that a little bit with Dr. Skelly, but this is new and this is exciting. Since 2018, when I came on, we didn't have a handbook, but I'm glad to know that we're going to have one now.
I ask, can we circle back to board meeting time?
Yeah, if you wanted to.
Oh, sorry.
I think I'm the only one who didn't.
Goes up on board meeting time and maybe duration expectations.
Yeah, I think I'm the only one who didn't comment on the last round, but I'm probably most flexible out of the group, so time start is not super important for me, and I can in for a penny, in for a pound on late board meetings because the kids are already going to be asleep probably by the time I'm back. So.
Do you want? Anything?
Like what do you want to do?
No, he means in terms of board meetings.
Starting and ending.
Can we start at 6, but possibly do more frequent board meetings if we feel like we have too much content?
Where do you want closed session placed?
I mean, if I had a preference, I prefer more board meetings than late board meetings, but then I also have other things to do in the evening, so I may not be able to make all of them if we have more board meetings.
Do you want closed session at the beginning or the end of the board meeting, or just to vary by need?
My preference would be early when we're alert. And I think we often have presenters coming, and I think it's respectful for them to have it earlier rather than later.
Yeah, I agree on starting with closed because I think they're often pretty serious things we're talking about, and everything in the board meeting is serious, but in addition, sometimes if we have advisors coming, probably it might end up being more of right now we've been allocating like an hour and a half, sometimes going right up until 6 o'clock and sometimes having a few minutes, but maybe it ends up being we allocate like an hour to close at the beginning and try to get as much done as possible. And if we need to finish it at the end, because I'm just thinking also in terms of I think it is helpful both for the staff, anybody who's going to be presenting and open to have a fixed time for open to start. And then also for the public, I know, I think all of us have spent as members of the public time just sitting out on that bench waiting for closed to finish at the beginning of a board meeting. And we're a K-8 district. Our parents have little kids and,
Don't you finish when you closed?
well, I'm just saying we've had an hour and a half that we've allocated. If we end up moving to like a 6 o'clock or something, then maybe we allocate like an hour and then but there also used to be some closed sessions when I was a member of the public. You didn't really know when it was going to end. And I'd be out there with a sandwich.
It can swing both ways, right? There are times when we've allocated an hour and a half or we start at 4:30. And I mean, what drives it is the posted start time of the open session meeting, right? Or the regular board meeting. And sometimes they go over, sometimes they fall short too, right? And then you end up just waiting for the official start time to come, right? So I think the found a fix. I think finding or doing the 1 hour also has the potential for forcing some efficiency as well, right? Like we have an hour, let's plan it for an hour, what we can accomplish in an hour. If it does need to go over, we can continue after if we have to. But some of this is in planning as well. I think about that with a regular board meeting also. So if we're moving to 6, 7 is a start time, right? So an hour closed session, 7 o'clock start time of a regular meeting. What would be helpful for planning, right? For me and the president, Bill, in this case right now, to understand the expectation and building the agenda, right? Are we shooting for no more than 3 hours, 10 o'clock stop time? Right? Because we can build we can build the agenda with that in mind. Because right now, generally I build it with a 4-hour window, right? From 6 to 10. And now we're talking about a 3.
And well, so something that, it depends too, if you want to keep doing closed session and then a certain start time for the rest of the meeting, because one thing that has been done in the past was the meeting starts at 6, we do the pledge, roll call, agenda. There's the community presentation because a lot of the school communities, 6 is a much better time. So by 6:30, you're through, and you can even put community comment before closed session, like the non-agendized community comment. You don't have to, but it's an option. And then you go into closed session about 6:30, you come out at 7:30 and have the rest of the presentations for the evening. That's another way to do it. But what's nice about that is it lets the schools do their presentations early. And then if you put the public community comment, then it gives almost a time certain for non-agendized community comment, which I think for many members of the public, that's the first time they've come to our board. It might not be about an agenda item. And it's a very confusing process to try and navigate. And so it makes that a little bit more accessible, but it doesn't have to be that way. That's just one option.
Yeah, I see a lot of this as just sort of we can set sort of general goals and aspirations. I think we should, okay. On the other hand, I never want to feel that we're rushed and not getting the full information we need and having a full discussion. I think that has happened too often in the past. One of the ways that we have tried to do it this time, any documents that are not confidential that we provide to the board beforehand so they can review before a closed session. We can't always do that because sometimes we're dealing with confidential documents. But so it just depends on what the items are. But we never want to rush ourselves, in this process.
I want to ask one thing clearly. Are you, no matter what you've done and not done, are you starting that public meeting at the posted time?
Not always. Usually we do. Okay. Oh, no, we start the meeting and then to go to closed session. Absolutely.
No,
And then going back to open session.
If you've got a 6 o'clock closed session and a 7 o'clock posted public session, do you start at 7 no matter what you finished in closed session?
I think, at least since I've been on the board, in the past, when I was member of public out there. Not necessarily. I think in the time I've been on the board, I feel like maybe we've gone over with closed for a few minutes and come out like 5 or 10 minutes late. But otherwise,
That's good.
we've held to that. And then we,
That's good.
Yeah.
and we
I've
had to
boards
wait one time.
Keep people waiting a half hour and an
No.
hour. It's just horrible.
We haven't done that. We've been over a couple
Couple
of
minutes,
times
yeah.
by 5 or 10 minutes. I don't even.
Most, yeah.
Okay,
Right.
that's good. That's good. Okay. Because if I'm preaching to the choir. If I'm coming to a board meeting because I want to speak to agenda item number 5, I can, gauge the time. Anyway, you understand what I mean?
Well, and
Yeah, I wanted to echo Devin's comment about being mindful of the school presentations and that start time. I think pushing those to 7 o'clock with the students being present, that's going to make it much more difficult for everybody involved in those.
yes, and I agree also with the members of the community who are coming to speak on unagendized items, right? Really, often those folks, not often, sometimes those folks don't have a real sense of the cadence of a board meeting. So for them to come and then have to wait until after closed session gets done seems like not a very welcoming practice.
I have a question for you.
Oh.
No, I mean, everybody has talked about this before. Used to be that when people wanted to make public comments, they were here in person. Okay, then during COVID, it was just all online. Now we're doing both, okay? And I would really like to go back to just doing in-person comments. But then I also recognize for many people, they want to make public comments, but it's very difficult for them to come in person. So I don't know the right balance. I also look at city council meetings, almost everybody presents online.
Really?
Vast majority, except for very charged items, then, hundreds of people come in. So
I'll just give you the benefit of my experience, my broader, 500, 600 school district experience. I believe anecdotally, the prevailing practice is in person. It sounds like you have a question ability, though, to put things in writing. You talked about getting the questions, so you have, I don't know what that is, but that sounds like an interesting practice where you still have the ability to submit questions beforehand. It's I don't know
trustee,
I don't know about, trustees. Okay. I don't know about broadcasting. This is a philosophical, I mean, one is would argue, more access. We made the decision of if you feel strongly enough about something, then you come to the meeting and you show up and you comment. Of course, our geographical area is, this big, and I don't know how big you guys are, but we stopped, gosh, we did it for like a year and we stopped.
Is our high school district?
As when we had our meeting with Dr. Skelly back in January, that was one of the topics he brought up, was whether to continue that. And we, at least at the time, decided to continue it. But then there has been kind of a longstanding public comments at MVWSD email address that the agenda would tell people to email. And I think it might have been you, Bill, who talked about the city council publishes the things that come in by email that way. So that's where we had started a practice of in the same way that our trustee questions are compiled in a Google Doc and published on the day of the meeting. Nancy has been compiling those things that come into the public comments at MVWSD address into a document so people can read each other's things that are emailed in as public comment, as opposed to the things that come into trustees at MVWSD. But at least if you know you're emailing public comment at, then you're theoretically, it's going to get published, not just, so that was a thing that we've that's been
The
added.
real benefit of that is it becomes part of the public record then for people's comments.
Right? This is purely my opinion, so it's not a legal advice, but it goes, to me, it goes to emphasizing what I've said 3 times already. The purpose of a board meeting is to get the business of the district done. It's not a town hall meeting. It's not a debate. It's not it's not British Parliament, and I believe, just my personal opinion, I think that allowing the online comment tends to open the door to it turning more into a town hall meeting, debate, whatnot. That's probably an unfair generalization, but certainly not doing it confines it to people showing up to talk about the business of the district. It's basically, the public comment is to comment on the subject matter and allowing the public to see the why of board decisions, why you decided that way.
Yeah, so I agree. What I see, what my feeling is that when people come in person, they usually have a well thought out argument or presentation to the board, okay? What I see too often on the online comments are that the board asks questions and then people seem to say, oh, I think I have a comment about that. And so then they get online and say something and talk. And it's not, yeah, and it's not prepared beforehand. It's just, yeah, it's not as informative and as useful as when people come prepared and speak in public.
I wrote one reference to the book. On page 33, I wrote an article several years ago for the CSBA magazine called Beyond Board 101, because I grew frustrated with some of the generic CSBA stuff. And I talk about what is the purpose of board meetings. And I talked about the legislative, judicial, and executive actions that you all have to take. The overriding purpose is to conduct the business of the district while allowing the public to observe the process and deliberations, comment thereon, and understand the reasons underlying board decisions. Compliance with this description would almost guarantee Brown Act compliance, no matter the subject. Yeah. And one of the best compliments, I happened to be board president at the time, one of the best compliments I remember getting was, thank you for running such a business-like meeting. And that didn't involve suppression of people's right to comment. In fact, before I became board president, they weren't allowing the amount of public comment they were supposed to after each agenda item. And I opened that up. Thank you for running such a business that. I've had so many people tell us as board members that instills such confidence in us that you're running this district well. You're such a business-like meeting, very straightforward and rational, and as little drama as possible, given the fact that we get dramatic issues that confront us out of our control. So again, this is just me, but that's what I believe.
I think I'll take the dissenting view, I think, from Bill on this, in that I think one of the silver linings of the pandemic was that it opened up more access with online commenting and people being able to view these proceedings and comment on them remotely, because like we're in a K-8 district, a lot of the folks have kids, are putting kids to bed, can't necessarily come here in person and all this stuff. I do think we probably can make some procedural and practical improvements maybe to mitigate, I think, right, like our time limit that we have on commenting as part of the bylaws, similar to how we collect speaker cards for in-person speakers. I think you had a practice where you would collect the list of folks who wanted to speak remotely and then would close the opportunity for joining in. I think that's a relatively good way to balance, I think, the two things that the competing interests that we have here, right? So I think I personally think we should keep remote commenting.
But you broadcast too, right? Yes. So even if I can't comment online, I can still watch the meeting and write to you later. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
To him. Are you, I don't know how else to ask this, are you satisfied with how your board meetings run generally? I don't mean Bill's performance as president. I mean just how the board meetings.
Before we answer that, I mean, I think, having served as board president twice,
Mhm.
it is one of the hardest things to do, to run public comment. And in 2024, I really tried to stick to our bylaws, but took a ton of heat for that.
Mm.
And I think that that's part of why the board has been very open to the approach that you've taken, Bill, of allowing a full 3 minutes for anyone who wants to speak. But it sounds like there's a tension there now about trying to figure it out. So part of it is what you are comfortable doing, because you're going to be the person who has to manage it.
Part of trying to think about how to shorten board meetings, that's where the tension is going to come in. So,
Especially as we're moving the time back to an hour and a half.
yeah, and I do want to add something to this too. I think Jeff has been good about speaking with staff and basically getting to the point on their presentations and sort of be cognizant of what they're doing. That was another sort of important step. Yeah.
So, but generally speaking, the board meetings.
I mean, I personally, I would just say, it's the online comments just basically are devastating, because same half dozen people talk about every single topic. And they often just reiterate what we just spoke about. And that's frustrating, because it just drags it on. And I think I was successful the first couple of times trying to end at 10. That's really my target, but it's not anymore.
You were on a roll for a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm curious your thoughts, Anna.
Well, I tend to agree with Charles in that allowing public comment. I see that also, that there are some who want to reiterate stuff that's been said or want to say they agree. But I think also, even before we were board members, we witnessed things like, hey, somebody's here for a public comment, but now the time of the comment has gone past when they allotted their childcare, and now they have to go home, but they still have the ability to make that comment. Allowing for those instances where they made the effort, but it just didn't work out in how they envisioned it, but they're still able to. It gives them the opportunity. So I wouldn't want to take that opportunity away from the public. But I also feel like there needs to be some type of balance in the type of comment versus the people who are prepared versus people who just want to continually engage to make it seem like an open dialogue. And I think that's the point, is it's not supposed to be an open dialogue. This is supposed to be our business that we're tending to, that's done in public, not a discussion we're having with public and getting feedback on for the business that we're doing. So I think trying to reel it back in, figuring out a way to reel it back in so that the comments that are being made are actually more about the business and not about dialogue.
Now, your bylaw reflects common practice, which says if you have a sense that there is going to be a lot of speakers, you can reduce the 3 minutes. It also says you can ask them, if you're just going to say the same thing, would you please select a few spokespeople to speak on your behalf? Have you ever utilized either one of those?
In the past, before I was on the board, it was a regular practice for the various board presidents that I've watched to divide, figure out how many people are going to speak, divide up that, decide to extend past the 10 to use the 20 and divide up that 20 minutes, and usually going with a floor of, not having less than a minute, but somewhere between a minute and 3, and a little bit of discussion up there of how much they were, everybody was comfortable with. And I've seen I've seen it happen where people have gone together, but they've instead combined themselves to have 9 minutes instead of one spokesperson. And
That doesn't happen with a board. That does not happen with our board so often, very often. I allow 3 minutes but I have to say that in general, the people who speak in person are very respectful. If they have 1 minute to say, they say it in 1 minute. And I, I think it's seldom they use the full 3 minutes it's interesting, in person.
Right.
Online, they tend to use the full 3 minutes.
Are you saying if there's three of us that want to speak on this topic and they want me to be their spokesperson, I claim 9 minutes?
But I can't, yeah, it rarely
That's not
happens. I can't even
So-
remember.
So
That is not
in,
required.
in previous years, it wouldn't be that you give them a full 9 minutes, but you might give them 6 minutes instead of 2. It becomes more relevant when there's like 40 people to speak on an item. And so there would be groups of like 8 people. There's only 20 minutes for public comment. So 8 people would cede their time and somebody would get 5 minutes to speak or, like it became about the math of how many people wanted to speak. Right now, it sounds like we kind of have 2 trustees who would be amenable to not having online comment and 2 trustees who would like to keep online comment. If I'm kind of reading the comments that have been made. I'm a little bit ambivalent. I think I'm really interested in hearing more from our marginalized student population. And I know many of the members of our immigrant population are afraid to go to places right now. So that's where online comment is good. But I also support the board president in how you want to deal with this. And so I'm willing to go in that direction if that's where you want to go. So
Is that a board
Yeah, I.
president
honestly,
discretion or
I'm
is
very undecided about this.
it's not board president discretion, but it would make us 3-2 if I
This
support the board
is
president.
a useful discussion and I'm not.
Okay, so it's not,
It's, yeah.
So,
yeah.
I guess
mean,
one question I would,
Be tremendous pushback if we don't have online comments and I'm not willing to go
Okay.
there.
I guess one question I would ask is that just understanding why are we the outlier agency in all of this?
And I like to, sorry, explore some of the things that you were talking about and really implement.
And then just specifically on the online comment piece, I'm kind of in the wishy-washy position of, I very much, in some ways, I feel like the more that we can, as we talk to people, like for people who have a strong, know what they want to tell us before the meeting, just based on the agenda, that I personally, my brain, if you can send it in advance, it is most likely to influence me and the questions I'm going to ask. If I see it in advance, I understand that doesn't always work, that sometimes you hear staff presentation and hearing it versus reading it or hearing the questions we ask makes you think of something that you want to comment on. And then just definitely as a K-8 district and knowing that we have, I've had the experience of hiring a babysitter to come to a meeting that lasted a very long time and, sticking through it or, and wanting to make comment or talking to people, as Anna was referencing, as we were sitting here, somebody who was here for the meeting had a very important comment to share, but had to go home because it was one of those meetings that was going till midnight and then was able to provide it calling in. And it was an important thing to be shared. So that's where I do struggle a little bit with the direction to take. But I know that, we are, many of the districts around are in person only.
Along those same lines, it's also about families that have members that are working during the time of our board meeting and that not coming in person not being an option, but taking a few minutes to make a call or listening through a device and then chiming in. I think our population and the type of engagement and how we want to move forward with increasing engagement, I think that opens us up to improving communications to continue to have the online comment.
Yeah, in the interest of this, I haven't scanned all of the neighboring districts, but at least Palo Alto still offers public comment over remote. So
Cupertino does also.
yeah, so I don't think we're entirely an outlier here.
Ravenswood?
I've seen you do it.
Palo Alto,
Palo Alto Unified.
yeah. And then Cupertino.
I just wonder about,
Yeah.
yeah, I just wonder about, we've all talked about the meaningfulness of comments and when you get them. I worry about giving the impression that the public comment given in person has more sway or more impact than getting a hold of you ahead of time and laying out a cogent, thoughtful position. That's all.
I had one thought brainstorm that may be totally convoluted and not useful. Happens all the time. Thanks a lot. Oh, you said you have a 2-meeting rule. Discussion meeting, a 2-meeting practice. You have, sorry, you have a 2-meeting practice, a discussion meeting and an action meeting. Does it make any sense to allow the online for the discussion meeting and the action meeting in person only?
That might be very hard to manage in the actual
I
meeting.
said it might be convoluted.
Yeah.
It just struck me that those two are related. Everybody gets a chance, and then if you want to say it, something more, you come to the meeting, the second meeting.
I still,
It sounds like threading the needle here is trying to adhere closer to the board bylaw and still allowing public comment, but I know how hard that is as board president. I know how hard that is to enforce, and I know that that you will specifically be targeted for that, even though it's a decision of the board.
I think generally like the practice of, we can mitigate some of the downsides of tons of people going online and just commenting and filling the time by managing the set of like looking at how many people want to comment on a specific item, breaking down the timing, and then using, discretion as the board president and in accordance with our bylaws, limiting the amount of time to make it reasonable for us to do the business we need to do.
I would say that if I were on the board and you were discussing changing a practice, like the online commenting, I would, just me sitting there, I would want unanimity or consensus on that before moving forward. And if there's not a criticism at all, if there's ambivalence of maybe yes, maybe not, or I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it. Just me.
When I hear the discussion and the context that it's within, I have my eye on us as a governance team getting more efficient, more business-like, which will instill greater confidence in the community as well. And how we get there is the question, right? Because I also know that, and I know none of you are suggesting this, but more frequent meetings, if we have weekly meetings, that's going to put us in a cadence of constantly being in a cycle of preparing for meetings. And that means we're spending less time focused on what's going on out there, right? At the school sites. So there's a balance here, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think the objective too is public comments. I mean, our job is to, understand what the public understand their ideas, understand their thoughts, and admittedly, board meetings are not the greatest place to do that, even, no matter how we do it, because it's a one-way street. It's very informal. It's very intimidating for the public. And to provide, think a little bit about coming up with other ways to get meaningful input from the public.
Well, and a lot of you, as I went through this, talked about transparency and communication, and I'm trying to remember, office hours and school designated liaisons. And I mean, do you want to talk about that, other means of communication or involvement?
Yes.
I think that's good. I think with Jeff on board here, it's going to be a bit easier. Sort of,
We want, I knew what I said, but I think we all want, we want our school district and our schools, we're public schools, we want them to be reflective of our community, right? And that's why Los Altos schools and Palo Alto schools and Cupertino schools and Mountain View Wisconsin school districts all don't look the same, right? Because we want to be reflective of our community's wants and our community's needs. And how we get there is important, right? And that is engaging with the community. That is speaking to the school side, speaking to our constituents, right? And these meetings, I believe, these meetings aren't the most effective place for that part of the work to occur, right? That the meeting should be the the decision-making point of the balance of that work, right? That after we've done all of the digging and the interacting and the interfacing and the listening and the talking, then it comes here, right? That's the way it should work. That's where we want to get it to, I think. That's where I would like to get it to, certainly.
I think part of that is our work in gaining that public trust. I think right now, because of the distrust and the lack of feeling heard, people want to speak publicly because they not only want to make sure that we heard them, but they also want the broader public to hear what they're saying. Which I thought that having the public comments published would help with that. That way, they don't have to make the time to speak in person, but they know that their comment is out there for everyone to read and to have that avenue of being heard. Because I think that's part of it, is sometimes when you're in these little school communities, it's, oh, we're having this problem, and then you don't know that, oh, we're also having this problem. But when you speak about it in a public forum, it's, oh, this is bigger than what we thought it was, which is, I think, what when people are making public comment, that's kind of an overarching, I want to make sure that this is a solo issue, not a big issue. If it is a big issue, then we can tackle it as such. But maybe having a discussion about things like board office hours, where, hey, we have 1 hour a quarter or a trimester or a month where that's dedicated for staff to come and talk to us or ask us questions. And we have another one that's just for community to come ask us questions or to talk to us about items that they're passionate about. That way it's showing up in our meetings less, in that we're transitioning to a time where we have dedicated time to listen and dedicated time to conduct business, which is making making the decisions of the board, and not having as much of that input during a time where we're trying to make decisions.
And being able to reference what I heard at.
Absolutely.
Help to inform my decision. That's
Correct. And having more of that processing time. I think that when people write in, or if we are able to have things like these listening sessions prior to, it gives us time to really process, consider, or dig deeper and ask more questions of staff. Like, oh, this decision came out. I want to have more background information on that. And maybe it's more background information that we would typically get, but it's necessary for the processing of, okay, I understand that. Or actually, you know what? Now I'm going to push back a little bit because I'm not quite really understanding what that decision was about.
Do you have, you mentioned, I'm using a liaison to a school. You have an APG or a PTA, or parent group association? Each school, and then you have a board with all.
So there's the PTA presidents meet monthly with the superintendent and a board representative. Then there's also the PTA council, which is the presidents from our district, the high school district, and our partner elementary school district. that meets on a monthly basis as well, which the board president is our current representative to both of those meetings. So we already do that. And we have the district advisory committee, which there's a board representative to, the DLAC, which there's a board representative to. So we have all the committee assignments. But I would love to nail down a board office hour time and rotation and just try it. It might not work, but like, let's set a time and try it.
Where it's like two of us that are on rotation.
It
And
has
so-
to be two.
Yeah, where,
'cause
and
of
it's
that.
not the same two, it's a different pair. Yeah,
I mean,
What was that?
We had a farmer's market booth. We had a farmer's market booth, right on Thursday. It's a Thursday afternoons. I know it's Sunday mornings here. It's much better, by the way. Massively. But no, it was a time when, set up office hours. Sometimes, superintendent would show up or assistant soup would show up or whatever and sit too. They just truly rotated.
and also like
Board members, yeah.
I've been individually running office hours for the span of my term here, and I get decent uptake every week, pretty much. People set up a meeting. It's on my district account. It's on my calendar, and people know. Some people know when to show.
I meet with a lot of community members, like anyone who asks to meet with me, I meet with. And so I do a lot of informal meetings. But I would love to do a rotation at the Sunday morning farmers market if that's something that
I don't know if they're open to it here or what, but. yeah.
our farmers market has a
So
public speech zone where I assume the district could have a table.
I've seen Joe Simidian there before, right?
Yeah, Joe Simidian will be there
The county.
from the county supervisor.
Yeah,
It's enormous.
it's a huge one.
Yeah, so having it, I mean, I also think it's just good public relations for the district in general, which is something that we want to do anyways. But I understand that would take some staffing time to support. So if it's possible to come back to us with a proposal about, maybe it's only 1 hour or 2 hours every Sunday. And then the trustees, we could sign up to rotate through so that there's always 2 trustees there.
In the interest of my earlier comment,
Oh.
we can just do this, right?
No, I mean, follow up, say, to get your monies out of the thing, they're taking application. I think we can fit in the Art and Wine Festival too.
Right. Oh, in their,
Yeah.
the zone. down toward the
Right.
end, right, on Aspen.
Yeah, we could get a better location than.
I mean, so, and-
So we are working, sorry.
oh no, I was just gonna say, I mean, I just on the kind of one-off event kind of thing, I know that the district had a tent at all of the different ice cream socials and things like that, but it's the office hour piece of it is like somebody's gonna be in this spot, like, all, right, predictably. And then I was just also gonna echo, I know Anna's talked about the staff office hours that the board does in her district, and I think the things that we can do to make it easy, because even, I mean, I think all of us probably are willing to meet one-on-one with people and do meet one-on-one with people, but I know that can be an intimidating ask when you are new to as a community member, asking to do that. So the more that, if we're gonna, try kind of a everybody involved office hour thing, if it can be things where you are in this spot. I do wonder, I love the idea of having a presence at the farmer's market, and I think we would get information. I do have a little bit like whether there's still maybe much less often or something. It's never going to be like a fully private thing, but I think we might get a conversation standing at the farmer's market might be different than what if somebody's like, I really want to talk to whichever board member is going to be sitting there at the district office or at this school or wherever. We might get a little something different out of that so that,
I think it's one or the other.
Yeah.
You're saying.
Right, where the cadence is maybe it's like every first Sunday, we have something here, and then, maybe it's, we have a staff-specific one to meet with two trustees at a time, like once a trimester or quarter. Um, and maybe we do different modalities. A farmer's market is great for a certain demographic of folks, but maybe it's, hey, we're gonna meet on a different part of town, at a coffee shop or whatever, just to open it up. Or maybe we do one meeting where it's online, just to hear. What I'm interested in is hearing different voices. I typically am meeting, I see, it feels like I'm meeting with the same people again and again. And I want to hear from more people. And when I hear from somebody new, it's, oh, there are other perspectives out there. There are other um, things that people think we're doing right, or things that they think could be improved that have never been brought up before. So getting a broader perspective of what the actual whole community is feeling about the district versus the same people.
Those are really interesting ideas.
Maybe I'll hang out with the ladies selling tamales and put them a straw on Wednesday morning.
Well,
You
I
know,
mean,
different.
it's a reminder that I need to ask if, like, we can invite you to Cafecito, for example. So there's a community,
What? I'm sorry?
Cafecito, there's a community organization that I've talked to Jeff about.
Yeah, just so you know, I followed Jeff Chang and I.
Good. Okay. Let us know. Um, But I mean, the amazing thing about Mountain View is there's a huge ecosystem of different community organizations and community groups that represent all kinds of different interests. And so I see part of our jobs is sometimes I call it eventing, but trying to go to all of these different places where you can meet people with different perspectives and hear about what's going on. But that also extends to our district community is very diverse within our own schools. So that's where I come back to. It's hard to get to every single PTA meeting at every single school site. So I try to join all of the PTAs. But how do we make sure that we're connecting with the parents in those meetings, with the parents in our ELACs and school site councils? Do we build in for our school site council and ELAC meetings, maybe at the beginning of the year, or over the course of the year, a rotation of they get at least two trustees who come to one of the meetings to hear from that community at the school site and ELAC meetings or something, like, I think there's a lot of this that we can do on our own, and I think a lot of us do, right? We are not here because we are disengaged with the public. We are here because we are elected, and that means we have to really build relationships and listen to the public and work with them. Because we are representing them in the best interest of students, right? But I also think we would like some more formal avenues that are aligned with the district as well. And so maybe one of those is having a structured opportunity for trustees to be formally invited to get feedback from the community at a school site council. Another way that we used to do that when it came to staff was school site visits. I don't know if we've planned school site visits yet for this upcoming year, Jeff, but in the past, every Friday after a board meeting, we would try to visit a different school site. We would do a tour starting at like around 10, and then we'd stay for lunch in the staff lounge to hear from employees. And that's something that didn't get to happen last year, but in previous years, I found hugely beneficial because yes, there are some people who will feel nervous about saying things to you in a setting where other people can hear them, but there are plenty of people who aren't. I've gotten some very straightforward and honest feedback and in those lunches with staff as well. And so I would love, and it's just, I think, so good for trustees to get to see what's going on at different school sites. I would love to continue those school site tours.
We can do that. Is that a one? Yeah, okay.
I just want to let you know too, I've asked Shelley to reach out and work with the city of Mountain View. They have so many events, right? And there are events that just make sense to have, us present. There are so many other community agencies present. I think it makes sense that we are at some of those as well. So she's working on it too.
Jeff, not to put you on the spot, but there were like 5, 6, 7 ideas here. How do you want to follow up on this?
So my
Devin mentioned.
my note is just developing a framework of engagement opportunities. How's that?
No, mine's a half a page.
I'll copy your notes. But
No, you-
I have them.
I think with
Plenty of levels.
there are, and I think why we're getting a lot of the same engagement is you have to really be proactive and be ready and willing to speak in order to kind of reach us currently. And if you're providing opportunities that are more regular or that are known, it's much easier for someone who has something to say but doesn't necessarily have the bandwidth to prepare something and to come at a certain time or to make an appointment and to show up there and be one-on-one with somebody. That's a different type of personality. But if it's something like, oh, there's going to be other people there and I can go and talk to these people directly, or maybe just listen for the first couple times and then build up the courage to say something, I think that's the level of engagement I'd like for us to move to the direction of. We talk very often in education about meeting students at their level and trying to push them forward, but we're not doing the same for the adults in our community. What type of regular engagement are they used to? What is their level and comfort? How are we going to reach to them and scaffold so that they're engaged more? I feel like very often this is where we're at, come to us, versus like, no, what's going to work for you and how can we get you there? How can we go out to the communities that we're seeking feedback from and figure out, like, is a 30-minute radio session going to be useful for you because you can listen to the radio and that's something you regularly do to get your information versus reading multiple pages of newsletters? How are we going to better the engagement of the community so they continually feel comfortable coming to us for our own improvement?
One thing, not to be a wet blanket on this, but first of all, you talk mostly about listening, so that's good. There was a system in my law firm before where we had designated representatives, mentor type, talking to different people, and I discontinued it when I was managing shareholder because people were purporting to say different things as to the policy of the firm from 5, 6, 7, 8 different mouths, and it just bred chaos. And so I coalesced it all into one managing shareholder speaks for the firm. My point there is, if you all trust each other, there's not an issue here. You're all going to be saying consistent things on behalf of the district. But if different people are going out one-on-one, two-on-two, office hours, farmers market and whatnot, we can't all be saying different things on behalf of the district. But I'll come back to the first thing I said. 90% of what you talked about just now was listening, not giving policy. I don't mean to be negative about it, but the more spokespeople you have, the more potential for disparate messages.
Although I can also see it sort of useful in priming people of what's going on in the school district, what's happening during the year. So we're getting useful comments and helping the community know what we want to hear about.
And to inform our.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be detailed, and we're not dealing with emergent issues. We're dealing with long range visions and sort of.
Because you know the axiom, even if I say I'm just one board member, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. That doesn't work.
That may be true, but it's.
Oh, it's true, but
Right,
it
it's not
doesn't.
right.
Yeah.
Can I ask on nuts and bolts, who needs lunch ordered? I don't know, planning on?
we're gonna go 2 o'clock though. Hmm?
I wonder if, um, I'm always interested in two birds, one stone in terms of kind of efficiency, but if we set up, let's imagine that this framework includes a farmer's market appearance, and there's a staff member and then two trustees. There might be just a couple of talking points for that weekend that we want to make sure people know about, like, yeah, well, we have this upcoming budget presentation. What are some of, here's when it's going to be. Do you have anything that is top of mind for you? Or, so it's not that we wouldn't listen to everything else, but maybe there are a few key questions for that weekend that we're trying to gather information about anyways, that align with initiatives we're already doing. So it's another opportunity. A lot of our feedback on the board often comes to us filtered. And I think what you're hearing is that trustees want to be getting it directly more. But it comes through the principals will report on what the school site councils and the PTAs and the ELACs have discussed. Maybe they've gone out and done a presentation and gathered feedback on something. And so we do quite a bit of outreach in those settings. It's just not the board directly. And then the board is given the feedback.
It's different.
And so it's a different structure. And so I think we're just trying to figure out some other layers.
I think on the other side of that, when you hear from a single individual, remembering that that's the feedback from a single individual as well, right? So you're hearing narrowed points of view in both directions potentially, which may lead to needing to find information on a topic. I'm just making this up, right? But needing to find information on a topic more broadly. So we need to go out and do a little bit more research and find a broader set of data points, survey or through questionnaires or something like that, depending on what the topic is. Sure. So it feels like about 1 o'clock. You just want to hold on getting lunch, make your lunch after. All right. All right.
There was, on this note, there was a comment, to understand our expectations of each other. What does that mean? Are you unclear as to what you expect of each other?
That was me.
You don't need to identify
I know,
yourself.
but I think that I was thinking particularly in terms of like working through as we like come to a final like board governance handbook, that what's important, because I confess I never sent my comments, but as I was working through kind of the comment, like making my notes, like, well, a lot of it's just more, it's not as important about what's written as what we talk about. And we, if it's something like onboarding new trustees, like what we think needs to happen and then making sure it happens. Or if it's expectations on, being present on school campuses or something like that, whatever, it's not as much about like each of us sending in edits. It's the conversation that we have been having really like on that topic of what are our expectations of each other, of what your presence is in the community. What do we all, kind of individually think, we can commit to, like those kinds of things, I think is what I was thinking about is, some of the things that are in this draft about, just kind of the flow of conversation in a meeting, like things like that, that's sort of what I was thinking in terms of, this whole conversation we're kind of having today of how we each see things, and that if something ultimately gets written down as an expectation, it's because we actually all do agree on that norm.
We did a thing in my district. I have to say we've fallen off, and maybe if you have the manual, you don't need this, but at one point during the board, I forget which board this was I was on, but we started saying we started these practices how we got information, access to information, school visits, which you may have a policy or whatever on. And we said, you know what, we should start just writing these down because when the next board comes, and so we started this governance norms. It's like a running record, hey, we've been doing this way now for a year. We better capture this. And it is, I'm repeating myself, it's probably amenable to a handbook or a bylaw. But it really helped with the onboarding process also that you mentioned. I did have a question about expectations, and you mentioned a few examples, sorry, presence on school campuses, presence in the school community. Do you all believe that the expectations are the same for every board member in terms of that kind of participation, presence, meetings, etc.?
I don't know that we really have expectations or that it's same across the board, where some of us have availability during the day to attend site visits and some have not the availability during the day or just very limited. And,
Talking about.
and those are, while it would be nice to take 11 days off to go see sites, that I don't have 11 days to take off during a school year. So managing those expectations and figuring out, well, maybe it's 2 for this person and 2 for this person, whatever those are, to make sure that sites feel like there's a presence, but it's not every board member at every site, and having that kind of delegation of those tasks so that we're not all trying to do all the things, which isn't necessary. It's how could we break this up to make sure the task is getting done, but there's also a way for us to have a discussion on what we saw or what we heard, to kind of keep each other up to speed.
So that's where the board updates is the perfect time for that discussion. And with the board visits in the past, or the school site visits in the past, it was whoever could go. But I know for some trustees who might not have had available time, they picked like 1 or 2 sites they really wanted to see that year, and they were like absolutely going to that one. But it wasn't mandatory, it wasn't required, and it wasn't a formal rotation. It was just who could go would show up. We didn't limit it to 2. We were just careful not to have any board discussion in the tour, if that makes sense. We were there to listen and hear, but we weren't there to respond in any way.
To the newer board members. I mean, when I was on the board before, Ellen Wheeler was on the board, and she was involved in many, many activities, political and educational. And what was great is that she just dragged me to these things, right? It's like, you call up, hey, we got this meeting in 2 days. Would you come along with me for the reception or for this luncheon or dinner? And yeah, and she invited me, I went. Hey, Ellen Wheeler's out of the board right now, and I'm not in that, connected to that. So those kind of things I just don't go to anymore, right? It was great to have somebody to pull me into those. Okay, I'm involved in a lot of other activities, and I don't necessarily need more, but it was great to be aware of those and to be sort of personally pulled into it, invited, and not just this is on the calendar invite, or I get the email. And okay, I can sign up, anyway, that's just sort of my interesting. You guys have somebody pull you.
And I thought that's great. I think part of, what I was thinking about in just what event wise and stuff is even just having the conversation so that nobody feels like nobody feels like they're not doing enough too, right? Like that there's that conversation about, some of us are, 3 of us are going to be at Graham things because we are, and because we have kids there, that, and, we all have different schools, but I think that can also kind of, I don't know, if we kind of agree, like, okay, we're all going to go to the graduations and we're all going to go to the reclassification ceremony, which we all did. Um, and, and then other things, I think there can be a benefit, again, it's been mentioned a couple of times of that, like word liaison to schools idea of, again, not that I would, to me, I would say to me that would not mean that person's expected to go to every single thing at that school, but at least we're not all looking at 11 calendars and going like, oh, I can't get to like even one thing and so kind of having that like some kind of planned approach. That doesn't mean you can't also go to the school play if you just want to go, but it just like having some sort of framework.
So I had this fantasy, and I think Trustee Berman did too, and we were never able to pull it off, but this idea, so there is a district calendar online that tracks everything, right? But it's very hard as trustees to like,
Mhm.
um, if we tried to have a calendar for the academic year that showed most PTAs only have 3 general meetings a year. So it listed the 3 general PTA meetings for each school site, so we knew when they were. And the walkathons and maybe the theater performances, like what are the big events that are each, because when you go through the district calendar, it has every single tiny little meeting and it gets really overwhelming. But if we had kind of each school site
Events.
trustee events,
I
right?
agree 100%.
Presence events,
Yeah.
right?
Presence, yeah, and
But
then
also with staff wise, they know that these are events that we multiple could be showing up to.
Yeah.
Where it's the trustee events. These are ones that you know that they've been invited to, so you might have 1, you might have 3. They'll be there. That would be much more manageable.
so if there was like a specific calendar that had trustee events for the year on it, that would be hugely helpful. And then we could, divvy them up, or I'll just try to show up when we can't, or whatever. We could explore how to do that, but that would be much easier. I will make a pitch now. The Santa Clara County School Boards Association has a fall dinner every year. I can find the date, but there will be a fall dinner. And then there will be the Hoffman Awards is usually in the spring. So those are the 2 main in-person events with SCCSBA. They do a monthly online evening meeting at 7:30 p.m. on a Wednesday. But the other big things, I'll try to think through.
Yeah, and that would be something that a year calendar ahead of time would be great to get on our calendars rather than hearing about it on this, buried in the email, a few days in
You know,
advance and going,
yeah.
oh,
Well,
I'm beat this week, right?
I mean, I think, and some of the things that I imagine you might want to attend, so challenge team is on a regular basis. It's monthly, it's Thursday mornings. But it might be looking at all of our nonprofit partners also at some point have something. So it might be looking at what they,
So, I mean, what you're saying too is that you're talking, being here, I'm aware of all these things. I wonder how much the new trustees know about all of these organizations and have a list of these things.
I've seen them at some of these events. So I know
So
that they're
ahead
paying
of-
attention.
They're ahead of it. But
Um,
it'd be good to have a list so that we know and maybe there's new ones coming up.
Well, and it's probably helpful for you, for us to develop a list anyways, because it's a new school district for you. And you know a lot of the partners already, but
The
Well,
reason,
and the idea that if one of you is there or 2 of you are there, you're there on behalf of the trustees of Mount View School, right? All those things, right? Are important too as you attend, right? Because some of you, depending on time, to your point, will be there at some events and others won't. And it's not because of lack of interest or neglect. It's because someone else representing our district is
that's
there.
the reason I asked about that is it's a sensitive point for me. There seems to be something almost every day in my district, some meeting, some gathering, some event, and I basically get to go to none of them because of my job. And I grouse about it sometimes, and my trustees basically tell me to shut up. Because one of our, I guess you could call it a norm, is we all contribute differently. We all have our niche. I am the policy committee. I'm on the finance committee. I do our school district's negotiations. And they say you contribute differently. What they do though is either the superintendent or the board president, they will basically dictate that trustee event calendar to me. And they will remind me, you need to be at this one, this. There's the new parent receptions at the beginning of every year. There's the teacher award, not awards, teacher gifts at the end of every year. There's all these things. And so even though I feel guilty from time to time, I really am, it's basically a good feeling of security that I can't do all these things. And they, with me, I don't know about any of you, they've even gone past me. They just schedule it with my secretary. It's on my what? It's there on my calendar. But that norm of don't worry about it, even though we attended this gala and this event and this fundraiser and this, and then those folks come to the board meetings and they say, and I want to thank all the trustees for being there. And I hang my head because I'm the one that wasn't there, but they're okay with it.
Right.
We all have a niche, so.
Well, and I think, I mean, a few of you have said it, it's this idea too that, what are the kind of must-be-ats, right, for the year? Like, we all need to be at this, right? We all need to be at this one. These are the ones. And kind of almost leveling them a little bit, right? Not too detailed, but like, you got to be at these, right? Graduation, reclassification, you got to be at. You'll be at these, it'll be great. Don't have to, but it'd be great if you could.
And I'm fortunate in my job because when I tell a school district, I can't be there that day. Why? Well, I have a board. Oh, okay. You know,
I
because
forgive you.
they're school district, except for I had problems in Los Altos.
Well, the one that's coming up that we haven't even said is the all hands meeting next week. So usually as many trustees as possible, but some people aren't able to go because they work during the day. But the all hands meeting, and usually the board president gives a speech at the all hands meeting. So I know you're ready. But for new trustees, you've probably seen it on your calendar. I don't know if you realize that we usually all show up and sit in the audience.
Just
Um,
last week.
Oh, well, there you go. So that's because that's the only time in the year that we actually, although we added, in December last year, there was a district holiday party, which was new and quite wonderful that a lot of you went to. But this is the only time in the year that every single employee is theoretically in the same place at the same time. There's speeches, we hear from the teacher of the year and the staff member of the year. The superintendent usually gives a speech, the board president gives a speech. And then it's kind of like, here we go. And then there's ice cream trucks and there's like t-shirts are handed out by, and MVEF usually speaks. MVEF hands out t-shirts. And there's an opportunity to walk around and just talk to people and see, staff members from all over the district who wear all kinds of different hats. So if you can go. If you can't, it's okay.
By the way, I do believe that when we attend these meetings, that the public really does understand that we're not representing ourselves, that we're there, they recognize us as members of the school board, and they're grateful that member of the school board is attending.
I always get surprised when someone comes up and says, thank you for your service. Gosh, you're welcome. It's.
Can I push one other topic?
Yeah.
You can pass that. So one of the other ones, one of the other things I think about also is, you will hire me, thank you. But it's really ensuring that you will keep a pulse on what's going on in the district, right? Because the influences that the superintendent has leaves a fingerprint on the district, right? And we want it to be a positive one. We want it to be always moving in the right direction, right? Moving the district forward and up. And just knowing early if there's some course correction that needs to be made, if something's not sitting well, or understanding what it is so that we can have an open conversation about it, right? I know I said it when I interviewed, but it is I expect fully that it's your job to question me and push on me, right? Like that's your job, you know, ensuring accountability of what's going on. So just maybe having a discussion about how are you going to kind of keep your finger on the pulse of what's going on, right? And understanding the climate of the district, because it is wildly important to being able to achieve for our kids ultimately.
Comments on that?
Yeah, just
I mean, one thing I've always been frustrated with as a board member is the inaccessibility, truly inaccessibility to the senior staff.
Oh.
And who are really responsible for, yeah, running the district, right, on day-to-day operations. And understanding what they're doing, what, what their role is, how they feel about things. We just don't have access to that. And I would love to have more of that. And I don't know what the format is, but
I think that showed up like twice, right? In the, if you could change one thing, right? More transparency in the who, how, why of decisions, and then also structured access to senior leadership on goals. So I don't know if we have, like,
I think there's nothing formal. Oh, there is. Well, that's one formal. I was gonna say it's more what I said, each board member has different needs. Some folks, everything goes for the superintendent, but some folks, it's easy to walk into the district office and go to the director of ed services and sit down and talk, or the CBO, and I mean, we're so small. We do have a thing that I started, and I don't know if you're too big for this. At the end of each school year, there is a joint meeting with the board and all senior staff. It's publicized because all 5 of us are there, right? And they talk about their goals and what they're thinking for the coming year and theme, you know what I'm trying to say? And I started that because my kids left school, right? And you become so disconnected when your kids leave school, at least I did. And that was a real great check-in for me. We all sat there together, we got to know each other, and we talked. But on an informal basis, it's just kind of like an open door through the superintendent. I don't know. There's no formal, let's go around. It's not like go to the legislature day and you visit the offices.
right, because I think you actually find out more on those opportunities you have to just interact, right? Rather than the formal legislation day or whatever it is like that. Those are more formal, kind of scripted not scripted, but they're more formal events, right? And you do have, I mean, I'll say it out loud, you do have access, right? Just let me know. And I will tell you that, and this is for whatever kind of role you serve in the future too. Like, I view it as, if I'm going to prevent you from having access to someone, that's a bit of a flag, right? Like, why wouldn't I give you access to whoever you want to talk to? You're elected representatives of this organization, and how do I say this right? And we'll get there, right? We're still working on this culture-wise, right? But like, we need to be aligned, right? The senior staff and I, like, and all staff, like, we better be moving in the same direction, because if we're not, it's not to the benefit of the children in the school
I
district.
have to interrupt you. I found this, and this was a thing we did for the Access Superintendents Academy some years ago for new superintendents, and it's a true false quiz, you know, for brand new. So number 1 was true or false. The superintendent is the only one who talks to the Board of Education. And you'd be surprised at the responses. So.
Yeah. Do you feel like
does the staff want to talk to us?
Well, so we were really gatekept. Like, there was a lot of gatekeeping in the past. Like, we never met.
I'm not going there. I know that.
Yeah, no. I'm just sharing for other trustees, like, we never met, I can't remember, I mean, maybe it happened, but I do not recall meeting with staff without the superintendent present. Also, as a trustee, I would never ask, we have so much power, I would never ask a teacher or a staff member to individually meet with me just off on my own, because I'm their boss's boss. Like, there's a huge power dynamic there that doesn't feel appropriate, but any teacher or staff member could ask to meet with me and I would go. And so I'm trying to figure out how to balance that, because there, I have heard about, I'm just gonna say, other places where hypothetically, um, trustees threw their weight around and would go and demand to meet, just show up at a school and demand to meet individually with the principal in the middle of a school day. That doesn't feel appropriate either. So I think always going through the superintendent to set up a meeting is appropriate. I'm not sure, should it just be one staff member and one trustee, or should it always be like a group of three in some format instead of just two? I, I would feel, I had a meeting, somebody got sent to meet with me this spring because it was anticipated that I would have some concerns about an upcoming presentation. And coming out of that meeting, felt, I felt like that person had not anticipated what my concerns would be and was very surprised. And I would rather have had a third person in that meeting. Um, and so I don't think it's necessarily best for staff to meet with us one-on-one, if that makes sense, because we want them to, I don't know, there's always a power dynamic.
So, so this goes back to my earlier comment about muscle memory.
Mm.
Okay. Until we shift that, we are still swimming in a pond of what was a little bit.
This is why I think like potentially easing us into some structured, like
Yeah.
maybe let's quarterly meet with folks and get a kind of overview. And then, like I can say in my day job, if my boss's boss was like, hey, I want to hear about what you're working on, I want to do that, I'd be excited. I'd be like,
Right.
wow, they care about like the
And
stuff that
that's
I'm
where we
doing.
need to get to, because there's relationship and because
Yeah.
there's trust.
Yeah.
Right. And that's where we will get to, I promise you.
Yeah.
But
I don't think
we
there's
have,
anything.
but we have to get there.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything inappropriate about meeting with folks one-on-one, right? Like it's a power imbalance, sure, but everyone knows going into it like this person is interested in my project and the things that I want to do, and they want to help me get my job done and help the district work.
That's where we need to get, right?
I think the challenge is, so I'm gonna be, I think it is very important that we are very respectful of a board of as a board of our staff, especially when we're presenting or when they're presenting to us in a public meeting. And so some of my hardest critiques do not happen in that public setting. They happen in conversation with the superintendent beforehand when he's briefing me on what's going to be in that presentation. Or in this case, it was with a staff member who I realized had never had a non-public conversation with me. And I am still very respectful and professional, but I'm also not going to hide the football about like, this is where I completely disagree with you. And whereas in a public meeting, I would have already vetted that before we got to, if I feel really strongly about something that I see in a presentation, I'm not going to surprise staff in a meeting. I'm going to go to the superintendent and say, this doesn't feel okay, and this is why, and hash it out so that I'm not yanking the rug out from under somebody in a public meeting. But the staff person had never experienced that type of conversation with a trustee. And then I felt almost badly afterwards for being very straightforward. And that's where I'm,
Yeah.
maybe it is a cultural shift, but
It is.
I do think if there had been a third person there, it might have been better. I
Yeah,
don't know.
no, and that might be a transition, right? That might be part of the transition, right? But if we go back to the
dreams for the organization, right, is that we get to that place where you can just, and I think it's good to, I do think it's good for the superintendent to know, right? Because I do want to be able to have conversations with them about how did that go, anything we need to iron out, whatever it is, right? Not for gatekeeping, but just for being able to move the ball forward. But we will get to a place, and it is the healthiest place to be, where you can just set up a time to go meet with CBO, set up a time to go meet with the HR director about X, Y, and Z, because you need to have your, a couple reasons, right? You need to be able to, I think, you have to be able to have your questions answered directly, right? And all of those interactions are opportunities to get a read on me too, right? Really, really important, right? To be able to ask a point blank question. And you know, when you read someone right there, like, are they stunned? Are they taken aback? Are they like, do I answer this? Is Jeff going to be mad? Whatever. Yeah. I want you to have that read on everything because that's what's good for this school district.
And I do think, like we talked about earlier, right, this is an opportunity for a fresh start. I think both culturally for staff and folks in the district to be able to reset that expectation, but also I think for board members, right, for us to be able to reset like how things have been done here in the past and kind of the norms of being at arm's length from folks and not being able to directly talk to them, right? I think that's a good.
Them not to be hesitant to talk to you.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Yes, I think that's huge with, if we create a structure where they're getting to know us, or there's that structured time to ask questions, eventually over time, then they're gonna feel like, hey, I really clicked with this one trustee, or they really understood my point, so I'm gonna reach out to them and have a different conversation about something else. So building to that, but I think the initial, to get lots more invert, exactly. The
two things.
bridge has to be
What you said, I always feel like I'm bothering them. They're busy people. They have a job to do, and I'm always amazed the few times I do get to do it. I'm always amazed at how excited they are that I came to visit, or I expressed interest as a board member. The second thing is when you talk about, we'll get there to that place. There is such a strong ethos, if that's the right word, in my district that we're not rubber stamps, but we support our staff. We want them to be successful. And we are going to do everything we can. I think you said this earlier in another context, to give them, you students, to give them the tools to be successful. And if there's a presentation here and there that went south or went too long, nothing is said during the board meeting. After the board meeting, superintendent, you might want to sit down and have a word with Anna and give her these constructive, and it's, the thing about supporting staff, I can't emphasize enough.
I have, not with this board, I have seen trustees shame a staff member in a public meeting, and I think it is wildly inappropriate. And so I am, but then there's this balance of public trust is sometimes built by seeing the dissent or the discussion amongst the trustees. And so then my goal is to not surprise anyone, that I do have this critique of, or concerns, or about what this direction is. I am going to tell you beforehand, so you are not surprised in the public meeting. And because, I'd love some back and forth and dialogue on like why this is the direction, and to better, often my critique is then I receive information that helps me understand better, and it clarifies the presentation.
Yeah, and it works the other direction.
And yeah. And so it can give people an idea of like where board members' heads are at. And so I think that is very, very helpful. But then I will restate the critique in the public meeting in a way that is probably a little more diplomatic, or has also been shaped by what I had learned by having discussion ahead of time. But I I would like to meet with staff more frequently, but I also don't want to put them in a position where they feel uncomfortable. And so figuring that out, I think is where we are.
I thought you were going to say something else. I thought you were going to say, because you didn't want to take up their time. And that shouldn't, this is a leadership team in this district. I really look at it as that, right? And I do not believe, right? Like I lead this organization, but I do not believe in any sense that I have every answer, right? So we assemble really bright people, and bright people are highest quality bright people know that their thoughts and directions can be shaped by all sorts of opinion and disagreement and pushing and causing you to rethink something and tweak it a bit. So this is all healthy, right? To have that push and
Right.
pull.
And I mean, like our
And we're getting there.
yeah, and our board time, right, is limited. So like scheduling feedback in those meetings and stuff, like an hour of their time during the week in the lead up to that will save
Right.
a lot of time for everyone else.
And being, I was just going to say, and you know, for you push, I'll just use me as an example, for you pushing on me on something, on a presentation that's going to be coming, and understanding it works both ways, right? Realizing full well that you'll state it in a more refined way, right, in public, but it gives me also a chance to think about a thoughtful response and either tweaking my approach or coming up with a thoughtful reply, right? Because it's important for the public too to see the back and forth, right?
As you say, like trustees are sort of a bellwether. In an ideal
Yes.
world, we're a bellwether for superintendent and staff in that we get a lot of feedback from the community. And my goal is to get that feedback to you. I'm not going to name individuals, but I will definitely identify concerns and things that I'm hearing from the community. But also, if I have a question or a concern, it's quite possible either that came from a community member or that somebody else in the community is going to have a similar question or concern. And
Right.
so there's value in that conversation.
Truly how representative democracy works, right?
You know, and when you said leadership team, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but the whole, you know, vision implementation thing that you hear about superintendent and board roles, I don't agree with that. I agree there's 6 people who contribute to establishing the vision, which includes the superintendent, which then he's responsible for carrying out once you decide. I'm a lawyer. I'm going to establish educational vision for a school district. That's ridiculous. He's got, I don't know how many, 30, 40, 50, 60 years of, you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? I don't believe in that hard line separation. Only we decide vision and you just do what we say. Well, I'm always asking my superintendent, I know you do this, give us options, give us the research, give us the pathways, give us what other people have done, give us the metrics of success and failure in these other districts, and then we can have a group discussion about it. So I just wanted to say that when you talked about leadership team, it's the whole team.
So this also goes back to meetings with principals. Do you put principals in that same bucket? Because we had a conversation with Dr. Skelly about being able to meet with principals if we wanted to. And then I said, I want to start meeting with principals after you came on, and there was like, well, let's pull that back a little bit.
So again, same pathway, right? Like talking to them, I have no problem with that, right? Like they too are the kind of checkpoints, right? But you said it earlier, I think it's important for you all to understand the weight and the sway that you carry, right? Like a board member wants to meet with me. So letting me know, right? Not a problem meeting with them. I don't have that. I personally don't have a problem with that, right? But I want you to go in recognizing that you have a gravitas that you carry, right?
The main way that we did it in the past, and it was still filtered, but it was the closest to unfiltered, was the school site plan process in previous years there had been like these big public presentations, and then there was I think there was a lot of pushback about, are those actually useful and there's the communication piece for the school and there's the communication piece for the board. But we started doing, Nancy Villagos would set up the calendar that we would get the school site plans as trustees about a month before they were going to come to the board for approval. And if we wanted to, we could meet in groups of 2 or 1 with the principals. And there was usually, the way they were arranged, there was usually a district staff person present as well. So we weren't with the principals by themselves. And, one year trustee Berman and I created a spreadsheet that we shared where we popped all the different outcomes. And we've done this multiple times, outcomes listed for the different school sites. And then we picked which ones, and we met as a team. And it was just so informative. It was really helpful.
Yeah, and I'm glad you inserted there, they have a district person there as well. It's helpful because I love having principals who are passionate about their school sites, right? But that's their world. I love having teachers who are passionate about their classrooms, but that's their world,
Mhm.
right? And everyone needs to see that these are like nesting dolls here, right? And I had a principal once in Los Altos that gave this great presentation at a back to school night meeting to parents that, it's basically, I know you care about your child passionately, right? And that's great. And I know my teachers care about their classrooms passionately, and that's great. But I'm in charge of 450 kids or whatever it is, right? And I'm going to make decisions that are in the best interest of 450 kids. And sometimes that one parent might not agree with it, and sometimes a teacher might not agree with it, right? But I have to see the bigger picture.
Connecting this, I think, this conversation about how we talk with staff and how we can conduct during the meetings, I think, right, like, so I was when I was reading through this, I had these two kind of things that seemed at tension with each other, right? I'll acknowledge that the primary responsibility for us is to listen with open minds, right? But in the board culture, there was highlighting minds made up on critical issues and lack of respect for minority views, which don't seem
Mhm.
aligned, right? All of us think that we're coming at it with open minds, but the other folks are, their minds are made up and they're dissenting. So I've never felt like, dissenting, like minority views here have been not respected, but I also I grew up in New Jersey, so I'm used to arguing about stuff and not thinking that, but maybe, right, like thinking about this here, like we don't see each other talking to staff about the questions we have. Like I try to use the questions portion to project those things to other folks as they can see like what questions other staff members had, but we don't see like the conversations that are happening, right? And so perhaps there's this perception, and I think not having maybe some of the conversations in the meeting that are dissenting and we can have disagreements about, maybe that's hindering our ability to feel like we have the culture we want. But yeah.
There's a, you don't need to go there. There's a governance team key questions document in here. And one of the questions is, do members of the board understand how dependent each board member is on the others? What do you think that means?
I mean, so for one, right, like I think we've discussed it. We have like I mentioned one of the great things about our team, right, is like we have great diversity of backgrounds and skill sets. And like, there are some topics that I am completely out of my depth on. And like, I am reliant on other board members who have expertise. Like Anna is an educator. She deeply knows that, staff knows that, right? But like Anna knows the questions to ask for a lot of things that maybe I don't. And I have places where I can ask questions, right? Like you mentioned your contributions to your board, right?
Right.
So I think we are reliant in that sense on us having different perspectives, us looking at all the information available to us, and poking and prodding in different ways for making sure that we're doing the things that are in the best interests of all the kids in the schools.
I say this is more extreme than in reality, but I say it to make a point. I come into every board meeting undecided on every item because I'm waiting to hear from you guys, and they get mad at me because I always want to go last because I want to hear them first. But I'm not doing that I get to go last. I'm coming into board meetings, we'll call it a tentative decision leaning, and voted the other way. Because I've heard from these people I trust so much, and they have different areas of expertise. So that codependency, which is usually a bad word, I guess, but is really, really important to recognize, and especially to the professional leader of the place, so.
Right, because we do want the broad understanding, right? And all the different points of view, and hopefully that's what we've done and, inside and, internally, have considered all the different points of view before we bring something forward, right? And I mean, it just goes back to my comment about, I don't think, there's that saying that nobody's the genius in the room, the genius is the room, right? And I firmly believe that, right? Because there is so much expertise in that room that we're going to come up with the right answer, right? And that's the faith that we want to get to as a governance team as well.
And sometimes I'll be at a board meeting and I'll turn the mic on and say, I don't have anything to add. I agree with, so don't think I'm not interested or didn't do my homework. We over homework in my district. I agree with my colleagues. Mic off, so.
I think one of the challenges that I've seen over the years is when the board is split on something, or when there's one person who's in the minority on the board on something and a decision is made. And then, in theory, our board bylaw says once the board majority has voted, the board then backs and supports that decision. So as an example, when we voted on the final design for the Montaloma field, I was a dissenting vote. I clearly explained why I would have preferred a different design. But after that vote, I support the project moving forward. I don't pitch a fit every time it comes up. Like I respect the decision of the majority. I understand why they made that decision. And now it is our district's process and decision. And I'm not gonna run around setting things on fire because of that. Like, it's done. Let's get forward and let's get the work done and make sure it all moves. But that is something that I have seen cause a lot of turmoil in the past, and I don't know how this new board feels about that or wants to approach that.
So the concept of once the decision is made, board supports it.
I mean, as a functioning organization, right? Like if we are deliberating over something and even if it's split, we decide that this should be done. We expect that, even if it's 3-2, Jeff is going to start doing it, right? And we can't, the people in the two cannot be out there just saying like, no, don't do that. Like that's going to make a dysfunctional organization, right? So we do have to keep that going forward and expect that like you will be implementing the will of the board as a body. That's the way it makes decisions. There's 5 of us with 5 different opinions. Doesn't mean that people who disagree with it can't try to agendize things, change things as going. We don't want to be thrashing around and changing it like at every other meeting or something like that. But like you can't do that for procedure. But yeah, I think like I think we should all expect that the things that we decide are being done to the best of our ability, right? Like,
And that's the whole purpose of the board, right? Majority votes and that's it. And yeah,
So you want the diversity of views, right? So it's not gonna be
yeah.
5-0.
You're not gonna like have a board if you're not gonna do that.
And I think as long as baked into that, there is a trust and belief in open-mindedness, and that there was due diligence given to the discussion, and that all points of view and positions were considered. I think that's when it comes, right? It's probably, in my experience, it's when someone feels kind of like they haven't been heard or railroaded, shot down, that comes up more often than not. But if there's an openness and there's a true belief that everybody's voice is heard, even if you're in the minority.
I'm laughing. We had a shareholder meeting a week or so ago and I got voted 7-1 on something. And it went on and I said, well, wait, before you go on, I'm going to totally support the decision you made. And I just want to say, this has become a very functional governance team. Because I'm the president, I'm the founder. It was 7-1. Anyway, I had to share that.
Yeah.
I think one thing this is making me think about is I think we have all, like since January, been intentional about, that kind of, um, pattern of kind of the discussion and action and the having that space to express when they're differing opinions so that everybody has a chance to not feel railroaded, to feel like everybody did have a chance to not only hear them, but think about it. Remember when, before Jeff actually officially started, but we were having coffee because he was meeting with everybody and there was something on the agenda like that week that I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't think I can vote yes on this. And but it's in the action section. And Jeff was like, action on the agenda doesn't have to mean action. Like, it means you could vote that night, but if you're not ready to vote, unless it's something that really is urgent, which doesn't actually happen that often, like, it's also on us to speak up and say, sometimes you are very far on the other, but sometimes it's just you don't have enough information. You still have questions, you have doubts, and that might lead to a no vote because you're not ready to vote yes. But if there's more conversation, and so I think being willing to say that to each other.
You said something that it takes many years for some board members to realize. There are very few actions that have to be taken at that time. Very few. Some it may feel, you don't want to drag things on forever and ever, but you got to pass the budget and the interim reports and the LCAP, and there's probably a couple other ones.
Sufficiency of materials. these sorts of
I've
things.
said, again, deferring to my colleagues, I've said, I think we should pull this and have a discussion at the next meeting because Anna and Bill don't have enough information. There's no legal impetus on us to do this tonight. Let's come back. But
And you can ask the question.
Ask the questions,
What are
staff,
the impacts of not making this
right,
decision?
then the
tonight?
superintendent says, okay, I'm understanding this is the additional information you'd like, and you move on. But because of the need to do business and we don't have a lot of time, and it's like, we got to do this, well, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't that night. But it takes time to realize that.
And again, those are good things to know ahead of time too, right? So staff can be prepared to say, to respond appropriately, because sometimes on our end too, the responding in the moment is like, I don't have the answer to that. I'm sorry. I don't have the answer to that. I don't know. I don't like giving that answer, right? I'd rather be able to reply in a kind of thoughtful.
I don't know about you. I've had superintendents say, in the lead up to the meeting, I don't know what discussions you have, a superintendent will say, I'm not going to put that on the agenda right now. It's not ready.
We're not ready for this.
Yeah.
Or the discussion indicates that we're just not.
Or I'm going to put it on for discussion and not action, right? Because of the discussions you had.
I will just say it's been nice to have some quiet time this summer. But coming back, some of the ways that I'm very sensitive to being pushed into a decision. Key flags for me are, well, if this is going to have to come back later, then we're going to have to take something else off because of staff capacity. There's what are the ways that superintendents can throw their weight around to try and force decision-making? And so having trust around that if we say we're not ready to make a decision, that will be heard. I also think, two things here that if we're trying to finish at 1,
No, we don't have to.
We don't.
okay.
I wasn't throwing my weight around.
I have 2 things here. One is diverse opinion. Let's see, there was something in here that stuck out about politics and
Mhm. It's number one. Personal politics and minds made up.
Well, and there was one about like two voices dominating.
Yes.
Charles-
Managed voices.
Charles's um, managed voices. So I'm wondering if we can talk about that. Some of it, I think, is also communication styles.
Mm.
Um, I'm not afraid to voice my opinion, but I also respect that we all have different communication styles. And so, like, I have a question like, let's say we're talking about something heated and two people have shared an opinion, but nobody else had. Is it appropriate for me to say, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are, trustee DeFazio, on this? Does that feel aggressive and like calling you out, or does that feel like I genuinely want to hear from everyone here and make sure everyone's voice? And I'm not, you have the, but like, what are people's preferences around that? Um, or just communication styles?
I mean, I think in some sense, like I said, off mic, me personally doesn't really matter to me. But I think that's something that probably in kind of presiding over the meeting, the board president should make sure we're hearing like from everyone. And I think you do a great job so far, Bill, of asking folks like making sure everyone has a chance to comment and stuff like that. But like I think that's where maybe the formality protects us from communication style feeling aggressive. It's like this is the role of this office, and so they're going to do this thing, and that's the job. Like,
Try to, what I would like is to have our board meetings like a conversation, discussion. And that's how I try to management. And I think we're doing a good job of that. It is what I'm opposed to is that just going down, marching down, okay, your turn, your turn, your turn. Okay, and then that's it. And I think we're doing that pretty well. And it means that people sort of interrupt each other or but we do a reasonable job. You can't avoid that.
I think similarly, it's useful to have, I don't know, the safety like of being able to, like you were saying, say like, yeah, I agree pretty much with what folks have said and not need to comment further, right? Like I think that's a useful out, not an out, but like a useful way to talk, right?
Right. I feel that that's the case sometimes. And sometimes when the conversation, so many people have um, contributed a lengthy amount, there's nothing else I can say that
Mhm.
goes beyond that. And I'm not going to talk just to talk because we have other things, other business to tend to. So it's okay. Yep, that sums it up. And I think that that's appropriate and necessary. So I don't necessarily, I haven't been feeling like there needs to be a managing of the voices and you're going to speak, you're going to speak. I feel that the conversation style suits our personalities and kind of jumping off of each other's, oh, yeah, that's true. Or, yes, I hear that point of view, but coming from my perspective, this is how I'm feeling about it. That more conversational style in our discussions seems to be functioning well.
Yeah, and I think when we talked about, I mean, I think it's worked well in the way you're managing the meetings. We kind of had our agreed upon like sort of Zoom hand of the light coming on, so that okay, three people have things they want to say and can kind of, if it's not just one person, and then you're next, but if it's like three of us, you kind of can direct to who's going to be next, and we can indicate if it's like, no, I really want to talk about that thing they just said. But and to answer your question, I mean, because I'm fine with saying you haven't said anything, and you can probably tell by my face whether it's I'm stewing or I'm like I'm and I haven't formulated it yet versus actually I just agree with everything. Because I do think also my observation is I don't think we're a group that talks just to talk. Like it tends to be that often somebody else said what I thought was my reasoning, and sometimes I feel like it's important to make sure that it's clear, like, that I agreed with it, but I don't need to make speeches and I don't need to talk just to talk. So, but if I'm making the face, like, like, I can ask.
In that article I wrote, one of my first board meetings, the longtime assistant superintendent came up to me after the board meeting and he said, "Greg, you're really upsetting people." I said, "What do you mean? I barely spoke." And he said, "You're rolling your eyes." And I went, "Oh my God, they're watching that closely." And of course, obviously I never forgot it. Never.
Anna and I had a whole conversation at the, CSBA conference with a trustee from another district who this whole conversation about you've got to pick what your face is going to be while
Mhm.
you're listening, because if it changes, then people read something into that. And
I get it. Do you know you're tapping your rings? know, I call it face at rest. You need to know what your face at rest is. So, interesting.
I think I don't mind the conversational style. I just get nervous that people's voices aren't being heard. And so once I make a comment, I want to wait until everyone else has commented before I add like, if something else comes to me, I want to wait my turn after that and hear from everyone else first before taking up airtime, because maybe somebody else is going to bring up what I've just thought of anyways. But also I think it's really important that we don't speak over each other. And that's something that the board president oversees. So when a trustee, just as for a member of the public, when a trustee is speaking, we would not speak over that trustee.
It sounds really minor, but we talked about that at our last little governance get together, and we're very conversational. And we decided, I don't know if you do this, we were calling each other by first names at the meetings. Do you do that? It's always trustee Conley, trustee Tippett. What?
You could be like a kindergarten, you could be trustee Lisa.
And it's superintendent, or it's not Jeff. It just makes it more businesslike. So you didn't have that issue, so, all right. Did you get your subject addressed?
Did you had two, is there another one?
I almost don't want to bring up the other one though. I was going to let somebody else bring it up if we have more time.
We do.
We do, yeah, let's start.
It's just closed session,
Oh,
which it sounds like multiple people had concerns about.
I was gonna go over that before we end too. On just,
You want to save it then?
huh?
You want to
Save-
save it
yeah,
before
we'll-
the end?
yeah.
Okay. Opt.
Let's see, God, you guys covered a lot. Oh, I was gonna follow up on that. Is there a clear understanding of you receiving public input, not input at a board meeting, you're out in the public, and directing those things to the proper place versus dealing with it yourself? Because that norm, if you will, is in board bylaws, and what people don't always think of, a contract. It is in the superintendent's contract. So I said in here, it was unclear to me whether there was a clear understanding of the protocol there.
No, I feel like it's really clear, right?
Me too.
Because, yeah, whenever any of them didn't sound nice. Sorry. Whenever anything is brought, or whenever anything comes up in the community gets brought to me, right? Work through and try to solve it. Some easier than others, but as always. But no, I don't feel like there's any trustee that's out there trying to, go to the school site and solve the problem on their own kind of thing, which I appreciate. Thank you.
Makes sense, because you know the right person from the district who can take care of the problem. And you, in my opinion, you've been very responsive.
What's that?
You have been very responsive.
Thanks.
Go to this. I'll start off legal. I'm going to put my lawyer hat on now. Page 52. And you can use this just as a jumping off point for questions or comment, if you'd like. I'll wait. Good.
Thank you. Trustee Conway. It's feeling like it was at least.
All right, it's often seen as a tension because the Brown Act requires that we perform the public's business in public, right? But just because we are a public agency, the board is a public entity, you still hold the roles of an employer, a buyer and seller of property, an adjudicator, student discipline issues, litigation, to which you are a client of an attorney, and you are a party to negotiations. So just because you're public, you don't give up the confidentiality that legitimately attaches to fulfilling those other roles. Those other roles and that confidentiality, those are basically the limits of closed session. And so if you look at that first slide there on page 52, personnel actions, appointment, employment, evaluation, discipline, dismissal, release. You hire, you evaluate, you terminate. Okay, and that, by the way, that closed session topic, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, that is the only Brown Act agenda item that does not require further information. I always like these simple rules. Discipline, dismissal, release is the only closed session agenda item description that does not require additional information. And I'll go through that. Hearing complaints or charges against employees. Sometimes this is difficult for boards difficult for us too as attorneys sometimes to distinguish that between complaints and charges and what we call bread and butter personnel actions. If the agenda item is whether to, I don't know how you do this in your district, whether to release a probationary employee, that's not a hearing on complaints or charges against the employee, even if you're going over the evaluation, which we wouldn't in my district. We would take the recommendation of the HR and the superintendent. If, however, there's this employee has been accused of, and sometimes if there's been an investigation and a board member or two says, well, we want to go over this, and wait a minute, now you're crossing the line into holding a hearing, okay, on complaints or charges. And the importance of that is if you cross that line, the penalty is onerous, which is if you make a decision and you didn't give the 24-hour notice, that decision is voidable. It will be void. There's a case out there where a coach was accused of doing something and there was an investigation done. I don't know if it was inside or external investigator, and the report was given to the board in closed session. And if the board had said, yes, we accept, fine. But in this particular case, a board member said, well, wait a minute, I take issue with this and this and this, and started rehearing the case. And that coach was never given notice that that was going to happen. That they went forward and dismissed that coach, and it was undone. You cross the line. That's something, don't get too and don't get too concerned about this, is because at least he should stop you, and that you're going to be calling legal counsel before you do anything like that. Just these light bulbs should go on when this kind of thing happens. Conference with labor negotiator for represented and unrepresented employees. I don't know if I put it in here, but you can meet anytime, anywhere, without notice, without an agenda, to discuss and give direction on negotiations. If Jeff said today, when this meeting is over, I'd like you all to stay to discuss something that happened in negotiations last week and I need direction, right? There's no agenda. There's no notice. It is a legal meeting. It's under the government code collective bargaining law that says these meetings are exempt from Brown Act. Okay. And I said any place also because you can't meet in a meeting outside the geographical boundaries of the district. If you're at CSBA and Jeff says something happened on Wednesday at negotiations, can we meet in the conference room of the hotel? I need direction. Legal. It's exempt from the Brown Act. I'm emphasizing it's not an exception for closed session. It's exempt from the Brown Act. That's because negotiation stuff doesn't happen on your board schedule, right? It happens. He could be here Tuesday and negotiations just happen and get you all on a Zoom because he needs a decision. He needs direction. Okay. That's not to say that you never agendize closed session negotiations, because if you know you're going to talk about it, you do agendize it. It's an escape valve for those things that happen and you need to talk right away.
It's not approval of the collective bargaining agreement.
No. All that is agendized. What I'm saying is it's an escape valve when you need it, because if you always use it and never agendize it, even when you know you're going to talk about it, you might say, well, what's the difference? Well, there's never an opportunity for public comment on the closed session agenda. That's why you don't just always use that. But board members, I can give you the government code section 3549.1 subdivision D. Every time I tell the superintendent that, they call me back and say the board members want a copy of the code section. They don't believe it. So, and I don't blame you. I describe it too extremely sometimes, but I describe it as everything you learned about the Brown Act doesn't apply. It's not quite true. But it is exempt. Okay. Student matters are exempt. I'm sorry, they're not exempt. Student matters are closed session items. And the thing about that is that's not in the Brown Act. That's in the education code. Okay, so we're special school districts. We have closed sessions referred to in the ed code outside the government code. The other one that rarely comes up, but is a grade change appeal. I don't know if we've ever had that. When someone challenges the grade the teacher gave, there's a process in the ed code, and it refers to a closed session in the ed code. So those are things that we know. So then there's litigation to confer with or receive advice from legal counsel regarding pending or threatened litigation, when to do so in open session would prejudice. I mean, part of that just makes perfect sense. We're in a lawsuit. We're going to discuss our strategy in open session. No way. But what it is not, and I have to chide my board on this from time to time, it's not just gabbing about a case. You know, we'll have a special ed case or something, and a board member will say, hey, what's going on with that Smith case? And the superintendent, oh, I met with, it's not, it's to confer with or receive advice from. Okay. Now, does that mean the attorney has to be there?
No, you could consider a legal that's been provided or guidance that's been provided.
Right. So there's kind of 4 levels to this, and you got 2 of them on how far you push the envelope. You can teleconference in, you can, it didn't used to happen years ago, you can Zoom in, you can, through the superintendent, usually present a legal memo that I've written that is confidential, attorney-client privilege. And the furthest you can push the envelope is Jeff would say, I spoke to counsel earlier today, and this is what they have asked me to communicate regarding the status of the case and decision we might have to make from here. It's the oral presentation. Okay. I don't know about other attorneys, but I attend plenty of board meetings. I don't need to attend more. So those are the basics of closed session. No single board member, third slide, has the authority to disclose confidential information. Closed session information of some types can be disclosed if the whole board decides to disclose it. What is that? Very rare, but I've had a superintendent ask me, or the board ask me, we would, this legal opinion you gave us, we'd like to disclose that. We think it helps if we, inform the public. That's your privilege. I mean, you hold when you say privileged information, you hold the privilege, not me. You're the client. Some stuff I would say, no, you can't, even if you want to. Students, um, employees, certain things, right of privacy, you can't violate.
You still would trigger other legal actions.
Right, invasion of right of privacy. Another example I'll give is sometimes comes up is the superintendent's evaluation. Nothing about that is required to be disclosed to the public. Even the form of the superintendent's evaluation, there's a case on that. What I did do once or twice in my tenure is the superintendent was being attacked for certain things, and we gave him his evaluation. And I said, I'd like to report out that you had a very positive evaluation and express continued confidence in you because of what was happening. But I asked his permission before. Normally, I wouldn't report out anything about the superintendent's evaluation. And so I did that as board president. That is a slippery slope because you do that once and it's expectation you're going to say something about. There are boards out there. I remember when Fresno Unified, they report out the result of the evaluation, which I don't agree with, but that's them. If you do a single individual discloses confidential information, there are serious consequences. Someone can take you to court to enjoin further violations. There can be, quote, disciplinary action against the board member. There is such a thing called censure. It's legally, nothing happens to you, but it's a public thing. I've heard boards do resolutions of censure, remove the board member from all committees, and also ban the board member from closed session. So there are things that can be done. It can be referred to a grand jury by anybody, any member of the public, and it can expose you to potential liability. Have you heard course and scope of employment? Employees acting within the course and scope of their employment cannot be held liable for what they do. It has to be really egregious, bad stuff. The same applies to you. I'm going to read this. Once a board member steps out of their official role and takes action which are not a part of their official scope of duties as a board member, they are potentially personally liable for wrongful or unlawful acts. Normally, anything you do and people want to challenge you, you've done it during the course of your board member role. The district defends you. The law firm defends you. Or insurance company defends you legally on errors and omissions and whatnot. Just because someone disagrees with like some stuff going on now, the school closure decision you made, right? You cannot be held personally liable for exercising your discretion and making decisions in the course and scope of being a board member. But if you step outside of that, this commonly arises when an individual board member steps out and represents themselves on behalf of the district when they have no authority. There was one case a long time ago where one board member stepped out of his role and went after an architect and accused the architect of incompetence and all kinds of stuff. And that board member got sued individually, right? So that's course and scope of employment. Violations, are there any consequences if you violate the Brown Act? It's a pretty high bar. There's criminal and civil consequences. Criminal is very high bar. You have to show there was specific intent, which is hard to do. The public can, there's something, you should know this in case you ever get challenged for a Brown Act violation. There's a cure and correct process, which is very important. And it has timelines in it. Don't quote me, there's like 45 days to do this and 60 days to do that. But if there's ever any doubt in your mind, maybe it's a technical violation or doubt in your mind or whatever, and there's a cure and correct process where you can very easily re-agendize, correct it, and you're done, and the law protects you. You cannot be sued then. And frequently boards don't know about that, which is probably why there aren't a lot of Brown Act cases because it's expedient's the wrong word, because that means it's more effective, more efficient to cure and correct rather than go through the litigation over an alleged violation. Someone could go to court for declaratory relief. That just means going to a judge saying this happened, that happened. What do you think? Um, and it's
And I've had colleagues even with the hearing
Hmm?
where there was something occurred and closed improperly. It's a technical piece. And it didn't appear that there was a, lack of a better word, a statute of limitations to it, right? That it was months and months and months later that it came up and they just went back and procedurally correct process.
Well, it goes to the next to last one too, because a violation, it says can void the action you took. Only certain actions, not every action. So that you could be accused of violating the Brown Act and you did, but it would not void the action you took. It's basically misagendizing or not agendizing something and you took action, or not reporting appropriately or accurately out of closed session. Those actions, there's a section at the end of the Brown Act that says a violation of these 8 sections voids the action, but not the whole Brown Act. Okay. Oh, sometimes back in the past, they don't make this, you guys don't make this mistake, not you, boards don't make this mistake anymore. Frequent misagendizing was superintendent's evaluation. And they would report out and have increased the superintendent's salary. That's not evaluation. You have to have the other agenda item that says you were going to talk about salary, right? Yes. Yeah, anything, that's another good simple rule. Anything having to do with modifying the superintendent, assistant superintendent, deputy superintendent, associate superintendent contract. Most personnel action items can be done in closed session and reported out. The board voted in closed session, let's say unanimously, to employ so-and-so as whatever. For a cabinet level, to call it that position, you cannot take action in closed session. You have to take action in open session. That mistake still gets made. And then if you have been found to violate the ground, do you keep any minutes of closed session, any record? You're not required to keep any record in closed session, but if a court finds that you violated closed session law, they can require you to tape your closed session and submit them to the court for review on an annual basis. These, most, if not all of these rules are pretty yes and no. But I have even, I think there can be inadvertent gray areas to disclosing closed session information. When someone asks you, I don't understand that decision you made about ABC, and just me as a human. I said, well, the board talked about, you just crossed the line, right? But you want to explain why you made the decision, but you can't. You can't. You can say something generic, rest assured the board discussed all aspects of that issue and made the best decision we could. So all I'm trying to say, and I'll end with that, is it can happen inadvertently that when you're trying to explain what you've done as a board, you are disclosing board closed session information. And it's, last thing I'll say legally, it's very important because you have what's called the deliberative privilege. It's a privilege under the law. We have the attorney-client privilege. There's another privilege called the deliberative privilege, which means sometimes board members get deposed over certain things, and a lawyer will ask you what you were thinking. Why did you? Well, they can't. I mean, they can ask that, but the deliberative privilege is you're entitled to keep confidential why closed session, what you were thinking, deliberation. And if we start disclosing it, it can be an inadvertent waiver of the deliberative privilege, which is very, very important.
As an example, I won't share too much.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say.
But in my previous life, we discussed a particular situation frequently in closed session. And there were, of course, some open session proceedings as well. And when you discuss something for so long, I think it's human nature that things, it's hard to keep straight what was discussed in open and what was discussed in closed.
And sometimes theoretically, one or more board members might say, I think the public should hear this discussion. And if legally it's a deliberation thing that's confidential, that's privileged, you can't. You better not. Any questions on closed session, Brown Act? Ending on a high note. All right. Did you want to cover anything else? I'm glad they used my old picture.
Greg's going to be named Hillsborough Citizen of the Year. Right?
Thank you. So much for working in the background.
Yeah, that was
Usually, if you don't mind, usually just go around and say something about how the day went and just sort of check out. Remember you used to do that? Check out in negotiations? Yeah.
I'll start. I just appreciate the opportunity to just have a kind of an open discussion and really build the relationship among one another as a governance team here in the district. So really my first, I think, open opportunity to do that. So thank you. And Anna, thank you for sharing your mind.
I think this has been a nice opportunity to kind of just get to know each other, but also really discuss these things as a team before the start of the school year. I think the three of us that were recently elected were kind of just like, here, oh, by the way, we have an interim, we have another interim, and then you're going to have to hire somebody. So it's been like a speedball rollout of all things, and to just pause and slow down and really be more intentional and thoughtful of how we're going to figure out how to go through this school year. It kind of makes it feel a little less reactive and more okay, like let's think about and plan and think about things like how we can institute corrective measures if necessary, and it seems much less hectic.
So thank you. I thought this was one of the most sort of useful and informative retreats that I've participated in. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, I'll echo what Bill and Anna have said. I think this as a good way to kind of kick off this school year after having jumped into a lot in January. We did, have a conversation kind of with Dr. Skelly, but it was like, but now it's good. We have 8 months of experience to bring to the conversation. We've all attended many board meetings, but it's different when you're up there. So thank you.
Yeah, I think I really valued, I think with the constraints of the Brown Act, it's rare that we get to kind of see how each other think about things and work through like what we want and what we expect. Being able to collect this together and work through it together was, I think, really, really helpful for us to, like was mentioned earlier, establish ourselves for this fresh start that we have in the district. And I'm really optimistic for our future and working together to put the kids first.
Yeah, I'm excited that we're all very student focused, and I'm so excited that you're here, Jeff. I'm looking forward to the years ahead, and thank you for that excellent facilitation today. And newer trustees, I don't really consider you new trustees anymore because you've had probably as many, if not more, meetings in the spring as you would have had in your entire first year. So I now think of you as seasoned. Um, yes, certainly enough closed sessions. So, yeah, I think, I think I'm looking forward to the work ahead.
I'll just say thank you for welcoming me back, and now I'm anxious because next week is my own board retreat.
So I do want to thank Brent, because when I called him, the first thing he told me was, I don't really do those
I
anymore.
stopped.
I stopped doing those governance retreats, and I said, well, this one. So I do some training, but I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
With that, I will close the board meeting of Sunday, August 10th, 2025 at 1:10 p.m.